Hi friends, welcome back to my channel. I'm Aso, this is Aso Tarot, and in today's pick a card crystal pup reading, we are going to be asking the question, who is thinking about you? Whose head are you living in rent-free? And if you are about to comment down below, nobody, you can stop that, because you should stop discounting yourself and believing that you're so irrelevant that no one's thinking about you. I'm actually offended. I'm thinking about you right now, so you're literally wrong. Anyway, welcome to this reading where we are going to be looking at who is thinking about you and why. So pretty straightforward reading. We're gonna start by looking at who the person is that is thinking about you. If you don't know who I am talking about, of course it could be maybe someone you don't know, or it could be that you need to try a different group. If you find yourself, feel free to try a different pile, unless you want to hear how I would channel your own thoughts, in which case you should find a different pile where someone's thinking about you and watch that one. And if you're drawn to more than one, it's probably because more than one person is thinking about you. So we're gonna look at who the person is, but then we're also gonna look at what the current energy between you and them are, so that you can then be extra sure that, okay, I know who this is, I know what the general vibe is between the two of us, found the right pile. Then we are going to use tarot to look at what are they thinking about you, why are they thinking about you, and then we're going to finish off with some guidance for you, see if there's anything that Spirit wants you to know. But we are also doing an extended for— just kidding, I decided I didn't want to do an extended. I'm feeling generous, I'm feeling grateful that you guys are here with me, and I just want to share the gratitude by not doing an extended today. We are going to explore any questions beyond their thoughts if I authentically feel them and want to explore them in the reading. So just to reiterate, no extended for this reading because I changed my mind. But if you would like to support me anyway, you know, liking the video, letting the ads play in the background while you do something else. I don't expect you to watch them. I'm not a monster. You know, subscribing. You can even go to another video, check out that extended. I do work hard on all of them, but today I just wanted it to be you and me for free. You know what I'm saying? We have 4 different groups to choose from today. So if you have trouble picking, my best guidance for you is to not pick based on what you have, like what is familiar to you, just based on a mental connection, but instead go off of what you naturally feel drawn to. So like, for example, let's say someone is thinking about you, and the person that is thinking about you, you think of golden retrievers when it comes to them, but you pick golden retriever and you have no clue who that person is, but you were actually really kind of deep down drawn to French Bulldog, then French Bulldog is probably your pile. But if you're like, I can't choose based on a dog, they're all cute, that's very fair. That's why I have the stones here. But when in doubt, pick your own intuition. I will not pick for you. It's not called Aso picks a card reading. You pick it. So anyway, we have 4 different pups to choose from, 4 different stones to choose from. So starting with group number 1, we have the ChowChow and this green Chrysoprase palm stone on top. And then for group number 2, we have the golden retriever and this Mooakite Jasper palm stone on top. And then for group number 3, we have the Rottweiler and this black Moonstone on top. And then finally for group number 4, we have the French Bulldog and this Amazonite palm stone on top. So go ahead and pause the video if you need to decide which pile you feel most drawn to. It is absolutely okay, like I said, to be drawn to more than one. It is quite possible more than one person could be thinking about you. Very relevant, very excellent people watch me, so it's not shocking that people would be thinking about you. But with that being said, intro squad, sound off, we are going to go ahead and make our wish. But first, intro squad, I want to know, what is your favorite breed of dog? Or if you're not a dog person, what is your favorite type of pet? My favorite breed of dog is a Weimaraner, but I am biased because I had the best Weimaraner ever when I was younger. Her name was Bella, and she was a queen, and she still comes and hangs out with me in my dreams all the time. Shout out to Bella and all 50 trillion other dogs named Bella. Okay, so we are going to be making a wish, and as y'all know, or hopefully know, there is a mini tarot card inside of every tarot candle that we open. So based on the mini tarot card will be your reading. I figured the High Priestess would be a good candle for this. You know, she's all about things that are hidden, secrets, intuition, psychic gifts. Maybe you already know who's been thinking about you, and now it's time to confirm it. So, ooh, okay. I love this with the Queen of Wands popping out, but can we just appreciate how pretty she is? Ugh, I love this scent. It's orchid and I think sea salt. We have amethyst and moonstone and tons of glitter. Definitely a gorgeous addition to any smelly space in your life. Oh my God, I was so distracted. I didn't even think about, I gotta blow this out because we have to make a wish. I was so excited. You know, Queen of Wands, she was just ready for the fire. Okay, take a second, focus on what you want to wish. You can pause the video if you need to, really focus your energies in there. Focus on what you want to do. Focus on what you want to receive, the wishes that you have. I'm gonna do the same. May yours, mine, and all of our wishes come true. Thank you for making a wish with me. Okay, so let's talk about this Queen of Wands. All right, so the first words I heard as soon as I saw her was highly attractive. And I feel like this is in more ways than one. Hello, hot stuff, just look in the mirror. But we already know that, you already know that. I feel like in general, you are highly attractive right now, especially energetically. So in the sense that if your wish was about a desire of yours, something that you're trying to manifest, something that you're trying to create, I feel like this Queen of Wands is really telling you not only are you already bringing that in, but you should be even more confident about you receiving it. Like let's say, for example, you're trying to manifest a new car. The car is already yours. You're just waiting for the universe to catch up with that. You're just waiting for the dealership to be like, oh, okay, like, let's get you your title. Like, embodying the energy will allow the material to follow suit. But also with this Queen of Wands here, and once again, I'm hearing highly magnetic. So right now, like, you have the opportunity to create what you want. You are very attractive energetically and probably physically, but the physical attractiveness, let's be real, we all know someone who is physically attractive but has the energy of rotten garbage. We don't need to say it, we're all thinking of someone. So this isn't just about being physically attractive. In fact, I think your energetic attractiveness, even if you don't feel like you are physically attractive, which in that case you're wrong, because we're all attractive. Like there is someone for everyone out there. Like, you're someone's yum. Don't yuck yourself up. But I digress. This is also talking about the fact that because you are highly magnetic right now, you could be attracting a lot of opportunities, even ones that you don't necessarily want. So do not be afraid to say no to what isn't you. Don't say yes from a place of obligation or from a place of guilt or feeling bad that, like, you know, if you're saying no to someone or something, that you're missing out or you don't deserve to settle. The Queen of Wands does not settle. The Queen of Wands knows her worth, his, her, or their worth. And in this case, you know, like a moth to a flame, you might be attracting a lot of different things, not necessarily everything that you want. So make sure you don't get preoccupied with something that doesn't knock your socks off with joy just because you're afraid that something better won't come along. Lots of things are coming along. In fact, you could be if getting your rocks off is something you're manifesting, which, I mean, like, you could just do that. Or, I mean, that could be a great way to feel better in your own skin. But if you're manifesting that with a partner, you're definitely attracting that. But this is also about confidence, being confident in yourself. You know, if you have any upcoming interviews or events where you are going to be, you know, put on the spot or center stage, like I feel like this is just a beautiful sign that you are going to shine and that, you know, you're ready, you can do it, you know, whether it's an exam or a job interview or a presentation, like you've got it. And in fact, I wouldn't be shocked if there are a couple of people that are a little peanut butter and jealous of just how much you shine. So don't take it personally if some people act weird. Like you are giving pit bull in a pack of chihuahuas. So if the chihuahuas are barking, do not take it personally. It is because you are a powerful pit bull and they feel threatened. Don't take it personally. And then also, this is just a beautiful sign too, to let your personality shine more. You know, if you have a date coming up or you're meeting new people, don't be afraid to be yourself and be a little bit kooky, be a little bit silly. You know, the Queen of Wands is not afraid to shine, not afraid to be silly, not afraid to be herself and let her authentic personality shine through. So if you were wondering about like any guidance or any advice for something important that's coming up for you soon, like definitely be confident in yourself, which is much easier said than done. But a way to do that is to just be yourself and not overthink it. And obviously that could be challenging sometimes, but I know you can do it. And all you have to do is just be confident that you can handle it. Be confident that you can handle whatever is coming your way. And just part of that, the Queen of Wands confidence too, is also just getting lost in the moment, going with the flow, you know? She doesn't get tripped up by her mistakes, just like me as I verbally fumbled through most of this intro. But it's fine, because you got what I'm saying. It's still good vibes. You don't need to be perfect in order to be great. You don't need to be filtered or flawless in order to be amazing, okay? And you are amazing. And also, if there is a fire sign woman or fire sign person with a lot of feminine energy, this could be a sign that they are coming through wanting to say hi, or that they're thinking about you. You might find them in this reading. Or this could just be a sign of, you know, if you have a bestie or a love interest that matches this Queen of Wands, they could be coming through to say hi, remember how brightly you shine, believe in yourself. And they could also, you know, if you view them as a source of inspiration, or if there are any qualities in them that you really admire, this could be your sign to embody them within yourself. So that is all I have for this mini message. Thank you to everyone who stuck around. Leave a sunflower if you didn't answer the dog question. You know, affirm that you shine. Either say down below, I shine unapologetically, or write that down, because you need to shine unapologetically, because you're already a star, baby. No reason to feel guilty about it. Okay, so go ahead, pause the video if you need to. We'll figure out the extended in the reading. Shout out to everyone that comes and visits me over there. Shout out to you for just being here. Thank you so much for being here. I cannot wait to do this reading, and I will see you in your reading. I was gonna say meow, but I feel like I should say woof, so woof. Hi there, pile one. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the green Chrysoprase palm stone and the ChowChow, this is going to be your reading on who is thinking about you and why. What are they thinking about? So the first card that you chose is actually one of the cards of who this is. So I was covering up the descriptions. We have dignified, honest, and serious. So these could be qualities of this person. We're gonna get more though. If you want a full breakdown of the reading, there is one in the intro. So other qualities that this person has, we have the Avenger. The light attribute is desire to balance the scales of justice, righteousness on behalf of society or one's self. We also have Conjunction, which immediately makes me want to ask, what's your function? That might be a reference that some of you don't even get, which terrifies me. It combines with, enhances, strengthens, join forces, activates, yada yada. and we have Mars in Pisces. So they could have a Pisces Mars or have Pisces energy. We're also gonna roll the Astro dice and just ask, Spirit, who is the person thinking about pile 1? What attributes do they have? Okay, something fell in my lap. Okay, I don't know, it fell like on its side, so we're gonna roll it again. Okay, well, as you can see, Cancer got moved to Capricorn. So Capricorn or Cancer could be significant. We have the 12th house, so they could have 12th house placements. That's more Pisces. The number 12 could be significant. We also have the Sun, so Leo energy could be significant. Or they could have a Pisces Sun or a Capricorn Sun. They do not have to. Take those planets as they resonate. I definitely feel like with the Sun, though, this person either brought a lot of light to your life in the past, or you have seen the worst parts of this person's ego. Now, let's lay out the nature of the relationship between you and this person before we dive too deep. So we also have Restore. And this is the current energy of the connection, by the way. Guarded, but I did just hear if the energies I described sound like the past in some sort of way, or the future, then you could take this as thoughts from this person in this time. We have Happy Family, and we have It's Too Late to Apologize. Okay, so I feel like whoever this person is, number one, they could have a repeating name. Like with ChowChow, I was thinking of like the name Lala or Chi Devane, you know, like the drag queen herself. Anyone who has like a repeating name or repeating letters in their name, that could be a sign of this person. They could also really like the Avengers or be, they're definitely very compassionate. But one thing that I'm seeing here is this person, whoever they are, they have a great deal of attachment to their values and they don't always live up to them. In fact, one vibe that I'm getting is that it seems like this person disappointed you in some way, in a very major way. At least major for you. And there's almost this energy where this person could at times put their close connections on the back burner in favor for the collective. So like, for example, you know, let's say this person promised to spend time with you and then they cancel last minute because there's a volunteer opportunity that they really wanted to do. It's just an example, but I feel like sometimes the greater need, like the needs of a collective or the needs of those this person perceives as needing help might actually blind this person to the people that really need them in their life. And I feel this vibe, like whoever this person is, they have disappointed you in some way, maybe not recently, but maybe in the past, where they chose something else over you and they didn't see why that was a problem. The fact that we have conjunction here, I feel like you will know who this person is based on the fact that it seems like both of your personalities are amplified when you're together. It's like, I'm getting the vision of Debbie Reynolds and whoever her co-star was, like when they were in Singing in the Rain. I don't know if there's something theatrical or creative when you guys come together. Maybe you both have a powerful creative spark. Maybe you just feel like more of yourselves when you're around each other. But I also can see that this person has pretty deep emotions, and this is the thing that I feel like is challenging with them, is that they don't ever intentionally want to hurt people, but at times they can get so caught up in what they are feeling self-righteous about or in their passions or in their ideals that at times they could not even realize how they're going against their greater ideals, and it's right in front of their face. So like, for example, you know, I just feel like in your case, it seems like this person was doing what they thought was right at the time, and then realizing that in that process, they messed up in some way with you. It seems like this person has a really strong sense of justice, And I think that this person really prides themselves on being honest, but I think there's one reality that this person hasn't faced yet, and that is when the honest truth is too uncomfortable for them, they may avoid speaking it and avoid you or avoid anyone rather than speak the truth. And I think that there is a great deal of shame when they don't live up to their ideals, because they do have this great ability to be sensitive, compassionate, empathetic, understanding, and you can work with them. But there are just times where they get very like tunnel vision, and it doesn't matter what you say, how you try to explain something. If they can't see it, they can't see it. It's because their line of vision is so bright. It's only when the reality doesn't match up with what they thought it was later on that they're like, wait a second, this is odd. I definitely think like with this Mars and Pisces energy, this is definitely someone who at times, you know, isn't the most action oriented. And I think especially when there is a conflict or frustration or challenge in any type of relationship, this is definitely the type of person who might shy away from it if they're afraid of what the result will be, or if they're afraid to be honest about what they're feeling, or afraid to receive any vitriol or just be in conflict in general. They might be somewhat conflict avoidant. And I feel like at times, you know, they have this, I mean, they're definitely very self-deprecating, I will say that. And I feel like almost their desire to fix and improve society is an external projection of the inner work that they're not doing or the inner work that they've been avoiding. Because I do feel like at times their desire to be, you know, someone else's hero, to be the world's hero, to carry the weight of the world on their shoulders, it's like, it's almost a form of escapism for them where they don't really have to look at what's not going on in their world. It's like, okay, I'm going to focus on these greater problems that I couldn't possibly fix because the thought of even attempting to deal with like my inner world is way too overwhelming. I also think though that they are very intuitively gifted or intuitively open, so I wouldn't be shocked if they have some sort of psychic gifts, or they're someone who's just very sensitive energetically, and so that might make conflict harder for them as well. Maybe that's something you both relate to. It definitely seems like if there is a challenging conversation to be had, or one that this person is kind of dreading or afraid of any emotional intensity that might occur as a result, it does seem like they will walk a precarious line. They might try to walk around it, they might try to skirt around it, and I feel like in this person's case, they certainly don't lie, but they could very well avoid telling the truth. And so that might mean, you know, maybe they kind of disappear, or maybe they change the subject when you talk about something specific. I definitely think that there's a bit of an ego investment in the causes that they're particularly passionate about, and I do feel like they use those as a sort of like emotional shield, or as a shield to avoid criticism or avoid accountability in certain ways. I feel like I'm definitely calling them out right now, but you know what, it's all with peace and love, because this person genuinely does have a good heart. They do want to do right by others, but they have a hard time sometimes being honest with themselves and being hard on themselves, in the sense that I think that they can avoid the truth with themselves sometimes and kind of avoid the reality of how their behavior creates challenge in their life, creates challenge in the life of others. And I think it's really hard for them to face. So let's talk about the energy between the two of you. I mean, it definitely seems like you're either they're not in your life right now, or if they are in your life, it seems like you're keeping them at an arm's length. It seems like if you have to be involved with them in some way, like familial obligations or work obligations or something like that, it could be that you guys are very cordial with one another if you do have to interact with one another. But it seems like if you are communicating in any way, there is a level of like having both of you having your guards up. It seems like if this person has something that they regret or feel guilty about, they feel like it's too late to say anything about that, but that might be something they're holding on to. If it's vice versa, if you both have things to apologize for, you might feel like this is so far in the past that I don't really know if it's worth addressing. I don't really know if it's worth bringing up. I am smelling weed right now. There could just be someone in my building smoking, but they could imbibe or be California sober. They could even use that as an unhealthy coping mechanism. Maybe that was a source of conflict for the both of you. But I do feel like with this happy family card here, there is a vibe when you're together that's very harmonious and joyful when things are going well and the both of you feel open and seen and connected to each other. And I think what creates disconnection is some sort of truth one of you doesn't want to face, or a truth that one of you is afraid to bring up. And I think that could lead to more distance, lead to more misunderstandings, and kind of like dancing around the elephant in the room. I do feel like whenever there's some sort of elephant, there's a fear of facing it. Maybe you're the type of person who's not afraid of facing it, but at the very least, your person is. And one thing that I can see is that they have this this desire for things to always be hunky-dory. Like, they always want people to feel good. And, you know, I think that they have too much ego investment in how they make other people feel, which in turn makes it hard for them to be honest when they need to just tell the truth or just speak up about something. And as a result, they make life more difficult for themselves. So I do feel like I wouldn't be shocked if you have your boundaries up with them, or if you're just kind of feeling like focused on what's going on in your world. There's a couple of scenarios with this where I could see like you guys aren't talking at all. You're kind of in your own energies. This is a person from your past where you don't feel like it's worth bringing things up. You could be like, you know, whatever, I have plenty in my life right now. I don't need to think about this person. There could be a desire to restore connection between the two of you. And there could be a desire, or both of you are taking time apart to kind of restore your own energies, just depending on where you are. You know, I definitely feel like with guarded, both of you do have your guards up, but I feel like more so you than them, in the sense that I do get the vibe like if this is your reading, it seems like this person either has something that they need to come forward about, or you're guarded from this person because of maybe how they disappointed you in the past or how they didn't show up for you. I definitely think as well, there is this kind of pickup where you left off energy between the two of you when things are good. And I feel like there could be a level of avoidance of wanting to pick things back up because of, okay, well, now we're going to have to talk about the past. Now we're going to have to talk about this. Or, you know, it's quite possible as well that if you're involved with this person right now, if they're in your life right now, that you guys could be actively dancing around some sort of truth that you need to face, some sort of reality that you need to discuss. And it's like both of you want to get back to a genuine place of fluid movement between the two of you, like good energy between the two of you. If you have children with this person, for example, it could be possible that both of you, you know, prioritize being co-parents or being, you know, friendly and being like, you know, mature for the sake of, you know, if you have children or something like that. But it could be that there's something more going on deep down, or just unresolved feelings between the two of you. And it could be that both of you are just like, okay, well, it's in the past, so I don't know if I want to necessarily bring that up. There's definitely a lot of, let's say there's an imaginary line that you shouldn't cross, or that you both feel you shouldn't cross. It seems like you guys keep tiptoeing like right up to it and then like running away. Kind of like, you know, if you're on the beach and you're running to like the coastline, but you don't want to get wet, so you run away from the water just before it gets wet. And maybe that's like kind of how you guys are with your feelings around one another. It definitely seems like for you, I mean, there could be bruised egos all around. Like, I feel like this person could have bruised your ego a little bit, in the sense that they didn't show up for you in a way that you were hoping they would, or that you expected them to. And so you might be just kind of in a position where you're like, you know, I don't want to get into my feelings about this, because you might be feeling like, okay, if I'm in my emotions about them, then that gives them power over me. They might be feeling the same way, but they might also be avoiding their emotions for you because they don't want to lose the plot, in the sense that they might once they get into their emotions or get into their feelings, they might overflow, and they might really get themselves into a position where they embarrass themselves because they have an outpouring of emotion. Like, you know, that I just heard in my head, sir, this is a Wendy's, ma'am, this is a Wendy's. Like, you know, they could be pouring their heart out to the person working at the Wendy's drive-through, you know, because it just all comes out right then and there, right? So I do feel like there is this kind of avoidance because they don't want their ego to be bruised by being rejected by you, or by like also hearing about maybe how their behavior affected you. And I definitely think with this, the fact that serious is one of the things that describes them, I do feel like at times they do take themselves too seriously, or they can almost build up situations in their head to be a lot scarier or a lot worse than they really were. And then that could lead them to avoid facing things and then actually making things worse. I do feel like they idealize themselves as someone who does right by others, but they don't always do that. And I think that that is something they're trying to change, or that is something that they are considering or thinking about when it comes to you. So while I'm shuffling, if you would like to leave me a little likesy, a little commento, a subscribe. Thank you to everyone who does. Those are simple, easy ways to support me. I just want to say thank you. But we are going to go ahead and start by shuffling one card to ask why they're thinking about you, and then go into what they're actually thinking about. So, Spirit, why is this ChowChow person thinking about our lovely, incredible pile one, please? Why are they... Yeah, okay. So, yeah, you could definitely be this person's ideal partner. You could literally be their partner. You could be... the parent of their child, but also there's this vibe of like whoever they view, like I heard the phrase like doing right by my mama, so I almost wonder if there's some sort of value that their mother instilled in them, or a motherly figure instilled in them, and for whatever reason their behavior towards you didn't uphold that. And that might be a great source of shame for them, especially if their mother figure has passed on. It could even be that like their own motherly figure's energy is really influencing them, or really causing them to look at, you know, what's important, what isn't. I do feel like a big reason why they're thinking about you, number one, is because you are a valuable person to them. You are someone that grounds them for sure. And you're also someone who is like very valuable to them, and they didn't show that. And I feel like there is a lot of reflection on that. I also think that they could have matured quite a bit. I guess that depends on how long it's been since you've last communicated. I'm getting really hot. I'm hearing Nelly in my head, but it definitely seems like there could be a lot of nerves. And you know, when you get embarrassed and your like cheeks get hot and you feel really hot, they could feel that when they're thinking about you, and it could be something that they try to avoid. There's definitely a lot of shame when it comes to some way that they dealt with you in the past. It could also be that you're looking real good. You know, maybe for some of you, you moved on, you have a family of your own, or you have a whole other life, and they're just thinking about like, what if I had done things differently? They're just thinking about you in general. But I also think that there is this aspect of worth, and feeling like their actions didn't display how they truly felt about you and how they truly valued you. So let me just go ahead and shuffle the rest of these. The rest. Yeah, we're gonna lay out all 78 cards. I'm also thinking, I don't think we need to do an extended. Like, we don't. I'm not gonna do an extended. So sorry for lying in the intro that I was doing an extended. I'm not. We're just doing this. Okay. So let me just go ahead and see. Spirit, pile one's person. What are they thinking about when it comes to pile number one? Okay, we have the Two of Pentacles. What are they thinking about? Okay, so we have the Six of Wands and the Star. Oh, shit, there's boobs. I got comfortable. And then I missed out, and then titties right there. I gotta write that down. Pile one. Titty control. Gonna have to do that in editing, because Lord knows I'll forget. Okay. Okay, what else? What else is this person thinking about when it comes to pile number one, please? We have the Magician. We have the Ten of Wands. One more. We have the Nine of Pentacles. Yeah. I definitely feel like they're thinking about reaching out, but they almost feel like number one, I feel like there is a fear of what happens if they do reach out. They could be in a bit of a like immature energy, but I do feel like there is a lot of energy around you. It feels like right now, okay, if you warned them in the past about something that they needed to do, like for example, file their taxes. Let's say you warned them, you know, hey, you know, if you live in the States, April 15th, you know, make sure that you've got a plan, you know, you don't want the IRS coming after you, right? And let's say, for example, they didn't listen to you and you're like, okay, well, it's your choice, like you're an adult, like have fun dealing with that, like your taxes were filed way before April 15th. It's kind of the vibe, or at the very least, you're very responsible. And I feel like some sort of thing that you told them would happen if they did not get on this, or if they did not do this, happened because they did not do it. They rested on their laurels and they didn't do it. And there is definitely some like, man, like pile one was right. And you know what else? I do feel like in some ways you could have mothered or parented this person in ways where you were not their parent and you shouldn't have been. And I feel like they could be really thinking a lot about like, wow, I did not realize how much pile one was doing for me. I did not realize how much they actually did for me. There could be some embarrassment about that. And then also just a reality that like you could both be in very different places financially. I feel like I see you over here in this Nine of Pentacles and then also in this Queen of Pentacles. They definitely see you as somebody very independent, abundant, well off. And I feel like for them, they're really trying to make ends meet. And I do feel like that could contribute to low self-worth. I definitely think though, there is a level of I mean, this might be upsetting depending on what your status is with this person, but they might even be considering reaching out to you because they have practical questions that they need help with. But let me preface it with this. If they did reach out for that reason, there would be an ulterior motive of having a deeper conversation, but that the practical thing would be testing the waters. So like they might almost ask you something that they already know because they just want to get a feel for whether you are open to connecting with them or not in general. With the Six of Wands and the Star, if you are in some sort of prominent position, maybe some of you were in the newspaper recently, if newspapers still exist, the online newspaper, they could have seen you on that, or they could just see you looking real good on social media, or maybe you have accomplished something recently, you're being publicly celebrated in some way. They could really be, number one, wanting to congratulate you, and that, you know, so if you shared anything recently, like about a success or an accomplishment that you had, they could really be wanting to, they could feel really proud of you and want to celebrate that. They definitely like put you on a pedestal and see you as like a perfect ideal. But with the Six of Wands, there's also a little bit of ego and a little bit of pride. And I do feel like they are a little bit proud to kind of admit that they were wrong in certain ways. I do feel like there is an element of them wanting to be honest about how much you help them and let you know that like they're sorry for the ways in which they didn't realize you were putting in so much work. But there's pride with that. Like they don't want to admit that they could have been an adult child and been sort of a burden to deal with. I definitely feel like with the Magician being here, it's almost like they are trying to manifest some sort of specific situation with you. They are considering communication with you. And there is this like feeling of a divine force or a divine push, like they're being pushed to reach out to you. It seems like they're getting signs of you everywhere. And it also seems like they have fantasies about the two of you healing, about the two of you growing, connecting, reconnecting. It's heavily dependent on your situation, because for some of you, you're definitely moved on, have a whole other, like you are living a whole other life. But for others, you know, if you still have feelings for this person, if you still think about them, I do think that they are kind of wondering, you know, what's up with you? You know, are you still open? Like, are you even like thinking about them? Are they even in your league? You know, are they even, would the thought of them even cross your mind? I definitely feel like whatever happened in your past, especially with this 10 of Wands, weighs on them heavily. So the more volunteer work or humanitarian work you see this person doing, or hear about this person doing, just know that's a direct reflection of how much emotional intensity they are trying to avoid or not process. Because I definitely feel like there's a feeling of home with you. Like, and I think that they know that in order to get home, they have to face the things that scare them most. Because I think one of the things that scares them most is being rejected by you, especially because they hold you in such high esteem. And in fact, they could have kind of run away from you or run away from the situation because they were afraid that they weren't good enough for you. They didn't want their fears to be confirmed, that they weren't good enough, that they weren't that they weren't on your level. And I think in a lot of ways they kind of weren't, like based on the vibes that I'm feeling like and that I'm sensing, you know, it does kind of seem like I'm shocked your back didn't break from carrying the both of you on your shoulders. I am shocked that you put up with some of this person's behavior as long as you did. It's probably because you're very compassionate and you also see the best in them. And I think that they have a tendency to see the worst in themselves and the best in you. Maybe that's something that you share. I definitely think they are wondering whether you are single or not. Unless there's a way for them to already know that. They might even wonder if there's room for them in your life. They see you as, number one, having really high self-esteem, not putting up with BS. And it's quite possible that you put this person in their place and they might be really afraid to kind of, I'm hearing the word grovel, like have to kind of come back and admit things that maybe they didn't want to admit. But also I think they do have hope that they can redeem themselves in this situation. It's like they're thinking about, you know, it's like they're trying to work up the courage to, at the very least, like, even if they can't get your connection with them back to a place that they would be happy with, at the very least, they want to, I don't know why I made that weird pig noise with my mouth, I apologize. At the very least, they want to do right by you and uphold their values. I do feel like there is a level of distraction, though, with their material world, because they do tend to escape into other realms, whether with substances or just with their own imagination, maybe even both. I definitely think, like, in their imagination, even the imagination version of you won't give them a time of day. And I feel like there is a part of them that creates this self-fulfilling prophecy where they're like, I'm not good enough, and pile one knows it. So should I really even try to do right? Like, and there's this greater force that's like, no, even if things don't happen the way that your ego wants them to, even if you can't go back and change the things that you wish you could change from the past, pile one deserves the best of whoever this, like, you deserve the best of this person, and you deserve the best of their values and the best of what they know that they are capable of doing. And it would be negligent of them to ignore this feeling forever and let you continue on in the world not knowing either how badly they feel or how much they'd like to apologize or how much they would like to change things or wish things were different. So I guess let's just go. Actually, I think we do have an extended here. I think we need to look at their intentions, number one. We need to look at what actions they actually plan to take, number two. I think we also need to look at, I don't know though, like I could just pull that right now. I don't really feel, let's just do it here. You know what? It's close to Thanksgiving. I'm thankful you're here. If you want to spend your hard-earned dollars on me, go check out one of my other readings and purchase one of those extendeds. I just want to be here with you right now in the moment. I bet this person wants that too. And so let's just see, like, Spirit, pile one's person's intentions. Like, what are their intentions towards pile one right now? So they don't know yet. I mean, with the High Priestess here, I don't feel like they have intentions to share things yet. They're still sussing out the vibe, but we already talked about this pretty intense vibe of wanting to do right by you. So should they catch that wave, what action will they take? Can you clarify this? I'm a little bit disappointed in your person, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so they might very well sit with this reality forever, especially if you seem to be happy and in your own world. I do feel like they could keep this a secret, and that is a bit disappointing because they do feel this quite passionately. But this Seven of Swords, Four of Wands vibe could also be them popping up out of nowhere and like dumping all of this stuff onto you. Like, it could be emotional dumping. I mean, it will be emotional dumping, but like, I feel like some of it could be cathartic for you to hear because it's like, oh, okay, this was the energy I was looking for all along. Like, this is what I wanted to hear all along. But this person could very well convince themselves that you're happier without them, that they would just look really stupid if they did something. It's heavily going to depend on the caliber and character of the person we're talking about here, you know, because everybody makes mistakes, but ultimately when we know better, we can choose to do better or we can choose to stay the same. And I think that for a lot of you, this person might choose to stay the same, especially if you seem to be happy, especially if you're with someone else, especially if your life seems to be going well, because they don't want to make things worse. They don't want to, but that's a convenient excuse, pile one's person. You're saying you don't want to make things worse. That's your projection and your assumption. Look at me telling this person off right now. That actually like does kind of bother me though, because they are assuming that. They don't know. But they're not saying things. They're convincing themselves. And I get your frustration. Like, I don't even know this person and I'm ready to sit down with coffee and be like, pile one, so just let me know. Like, just vent. Like, this is frustrating and I get it because you and I both know there is more to this person, and yet their own ego gets in the way and they're not willing to just do the important thing and admit that they're wrong, or admit that they're sorry, and admit that they regret the way that they treated you. Admit that their vision was off. That's frustrating. I'm frustrated for you. But I feel like they know you know that. If you're a very intuitive person, I think they take your intuition for granted. But for some of you, they could come up out of nowhere and really surprise you. So, Spirit, do you have guidance for pile number one when it comes to this person in this situation? What do they need to know? We have the 8 of Wands. Okay, so whatever you are leaning towards, do it with your whole heart. So for example, let's say you want to open the doors to communication with this person, and let's say you want to bring peace to the situation. You want to open it up, or you want to give them the floor if they want to have something. You know, it could even be as simple as, hey, like, you've been popping up in my mind a lot. I just like wanted to make sure like you're okay. Do it. But if you are like, ASO, I just want nothing to do with this person anymore. I just want to move on with my life. Like, you know, I just want to protect my peace. And I feel like Spirit is saying, do that. Whatever lessons you have learned from your experience with this person, whatever your heart tells you and whatever you feel passionately about in this moment when it comes to the situation with this person, that is what you should do. That is the action you should take. So whether that is running a million miles in the opposite direction, or sending a quick text and being like, hey, you know, you doing okay? Thinking of you. Or, you know, they send you a text, you're like, I didn't see that. I suddenly forgot how to read. Anyway, I'm going to go live my best life over here. Whatever it is, you do that because you deserve that. And one thing that I'm seeing here as well is that you deserve to have people in your life that you feel safe with, that your heart feels safe with, and that you can have clear and concise boundaries with. And if this person can't uphold that, that's definitely something to be aware of. That's something to take note of. And I also feel like when it comes to like, should I wait for this? No, you shouldn't wait for anything, number one. Whatever action you've been leaning towards in your life in general, you're being called towards, but you've grown from the situation, you've learned. So if you feel the urge to take some sort of action that you know won't lead to the results that you want, won't lead to any positive resolution, but will in fact just reinforce a cycle of behavior that you already know doesn't work, that you already know isn't for you, then that I would definitely maybe avoid doing that, even if you feel strongly about it. But even if you do it and because you feel strongly about it, there's growth and there's learning in that. So I definitely think no matter what, you know, you really can't go wrong here. I do feel like you are in a better position than this person, but I think what's, I just looked at the bottom of the deck, it's like Pentacles. You're in a better position than this person. And I do feel like in a lot of ways, I feel like this person talks about their values, talks about what type of person they are. You don't have to, because you just are who you are, you know? And I feel like this person, they're growing, they're learning. We don't want to judge them. Although as a person who is biased and that is reading for you, I do automatically, I am automatically a little bit more biased in your favor. I'm like that meme of that woman. Is she holding Kevin Hart? I don't know. Someone who looks like Kevin Hart and like protective. Like I'm the woman holding you and just being like you stay away from my pile one. Unless you come correct. But I definitely think here, like, for some of you, this person was a lesson. This person was an opportunity to connect. This person was an opportunity to connect and understand like deep, spiritual, powerful connection in this lifetime, but also understand how that doesn't always necessarily translate into a healthy, grounded relationship on this plane. But it can, and it's possible. So if you know in your heart it's possible, and you know in your heart that's something you want to be open to, I think that there is room to make way for that. I definitely feel like your person might really have a hard time, which it makes sense. I mean, they have a Pisces Mars. They're not going to take action first. My Aries Mars is like, you know, you could just like do something, anything. No, okay, no. You want to throw a pity party in your own world of delusion and feed your insecurities. Okay, fine. You do you, boo. But my Aries ass would say, take some damn action. Like, do something, especially if you care, especially if you have these greater values. Like, are those values really there if you don't act on them? It's one thing to say that you have them. It's another to live by them. And I feel like I feel like you live by yours. You don't have to speak them because you do. And you know what? There is room and opportunity for this person to step up and live in theirs. But whether they do that or not, I think is heavily dependent on your situation, who the person is, and also dependent on what is happening between the two of you and what is meant to go down. But I feel more strongly than anything that your heart knows what to do in this situation. You felt it immediately when I told you, like, whatever strong urge you have, that is what you should honor. And honestly, like, I completely understand why you're guarded in this situation and why you're hesitant. I think you have every reason to be. And ultimately, like, you know what? Sometimes in life, we just have to live with our regrets. And for this person, that might be something that they have to do. And they could maybe feel a lot better about that if they open up about that. But that is up to them. And even if you open the floor for that, doesn't necessarily mean that they will, because this is very hard for them. And I have compassion for that. But I feel like, especially if they caused a lot of hardship in your life, I think the least that they can do is, especially because it's not like you're going to like be really hard on them. I feel like you'd be really gracious and appreciative of any kind words and understanding and like apologies that they would have to give. But they're creating their own horror stories in their mind, and you're not responsible for them. So what will happen, heavily dependent, but what you should know at the very least is that this person does feel very bad. They regret a lot. I do feel like they self-deprecate and self-flagellate over their past and how they treated you. I think it's very, very difficult for their ego to admit how they've been wrong in the past. And I think that they put you on a pedestal and look at you with stars in their eyes and just feel like they are unworthy of you, and they may be correct about that. I'm not the judge of that. So let's go ahead and finish this reading off with some guidance for you. So we have patience and planning. I feel like more than anything, this is guidance about your life in general, especially when it comes to finances and when it comes to the future that you're building. Don't let an impulsive feeling sabotage lots of progress. So, you know, for example, like, let's say you're saving up for a down payment on a house and this person wants you to fly out, and you're choosing between the two. What could possibly be so important that they can't say it over technology? Like, your down payment is more important than a plane ticket. And if they really want you out there, they can pay for it. Okay? So, like, examples like that. But I also think that there is this energy here where you're just really being encouraged to continue planting these powerful seeds that you've already been planting. Keep tending to your own garden. Like, continue staying beautiful and unbothered, because that's really the vibe that you're already in. And I feel like you have already created stability for yourself, but you're creating even more. And I feel like this person, you know, I think they really miss the stability that you brought. I feel like they didn't value the stability that you brought. And I also think that they wish they had more of that stability in their life. Now, this is for a select few of you. If the person that I am describing is a particularly messy bitch and particularly spiteful, Pisces in its shadow, like, let's be real, can be vicious. They could almost kind of enjoy creating some instability. And this is the thing, they wouldn't even realize that they're doing it. This would be entirely subconscious. And like, that's the worst part. It wouldn't even be inherently malicious. It would be a subconscious insecurity that, and because they know how to push your buttons without even realizing it, they would subconsciously be drawn to take action that would make you feel less stable and kind of even the playing field so that they could feel better about their own instability. I'm really like about to, if your person fits in that, I would throw hands for you immediately. I don't condone violence, but I do in the name of people that I love. And I love you, and you deserve the best. And I think for some of you, like, if this person doesn't come forward, that's probably a good thing. It's probably, take that rejection as divine protection. But for others of you who know that this person has the ability to, you know, grow, evolve, mature, do the hard thing, admit they were wrong, I do think that you could make this process easier, especially if you want to be open to them, to create the opportunity for them to share more. But if you want to wait, you might be waiting quite a while for this person to come forward. Don't live your life. Don't make plans based on this person. Make plans based on what is best for you and anyone under your care or the immediate close ones in your life. But we also have surrender to complete healing, open fully to the loving, compassionate forces of the universe that support your physical, emotional, and spiritual healing. So I think that this is a beautiful sign. Like, whatever growth that you've had with this situation, I think that there is a greater truth that this situation has directly led to some sort of powerful truth or understanding, lesson, wisdom that has pushed you to choose yourself more fully, to be open to life more fully, and to enact the lessons that you've learned from like the challenging healing that you've done. And I feel like Spirit is really saying, you know, whatever is in alignment with the version of you you become, whatever is in alignment with the version of you that is now, that is current, that is healing, like that is healed, honor that. And I feel like more than anything, you don't need this person's apology to have closure. You don't need this person's, you don't need this person to do anything in order for you to be healed in this moment and be whole and full. You are whole, you are full. But also, you know, I think that like more than anything, for you, you don't need to heal. You just need to give yourself permission to live and give yourself permission to just grow and continue embracing all the beautiful things life has for you, and trust that, you know, if someone serves a purpose in your life, they are not going to create wounds intentionally or unintentionally that they then are not willing to help mend or help be there for you, you know, because it's one thing to accidentally hurt someone, it's another to knowingly hurt someone and then be too sheepish to apologize or resolve that conflict. We also have deep knowing, and I think that's very powerful because I think deep down you know the truth about this situation. You just needed to hear it from my voice. You just needed to remember that you are a bad bitch. I love that for you. And just know that like your intuition is correct about this situation. And so whether that is like, okay, I know that there's something more here. I know that this person, the one thing I will say with this person is that if they have shown change, or if when you interact with them in the future, they have grown, they have changed, they are open about what they didn't see in the past, and they are willing to be like, yeah, I had such tunnel vision, I was totally wrong about that, or yeah, I'm so sorry I didn't prioritize you the way I should have, I really regret that. Like, I feel like the enlightened version, or not the enlightened, the evolved version of this person, the mature version of this person is not going to shy away from acknowledging how their behavior made you feel and acknowledging how much it hurts them to know that they hurt you, and acknowledge that, like, I feel like they will be almost eloquent in how they share their emotions and how they share about, you know, their past mistakes and what they wish differently. I regret, you know, I was really overwhelmed and I didn't realize that I was, you know, neglecting you, and I didn't realize that I was too caught up in this. Like, I feel like there might be a little bit of making excuses for themselves, but I don't really think it's making excuses. I think it's being fully transparent about what was going on in their own experience. Kind of like, you know, water where you can't see what's underneath the surface, like really dark water. It's like they could seem calm and still, but there's so much lying underneath the surface. And I think that this person, especially those of you where this person is meant to come forward, meant to mature, and meant to say, hey, like, you know, I was wrong. Like you will know that they can evolve because they will be completely honest about what they were wrong about, what they didn't realize, what they're sorry about, what they regret, what they were actually going through in the moment that they didn't share, that they didn't show you, what they realized that they weren't aware of in the past, because a lot of this person's action is dictated by deep subconscious like feelings, reactions, beliefs that they don't even realize they have until hindsight and until they have space and room for reflection. And sometimes this person keeps themselves busy or keeps themselves surrounded by things that kind of help them escape from the reality of whatever they're not wanting to face. And so, you know, depending on who that is for you, it just kind of depends, but you know, deep down, you know. And we have hold your vision. So whatever you want to happen in this situation, hold on to that. But also, if you are resolute in moving forward and resolute in I deserve better, I want different, hold on to that. because even though you might feel bad, or even though it might be hard for you to hear, like that they've had regrets, that they have felt pain, you might be the type of person to be so cognizant of other people's emotions that you forget how you feel about a situation. And so I do feel there is guidance here to remember that your emotions matter too, your boundaries matter too, and you're not responsible for the emotions of others, and you don't need to play the parent, play the mature one, play the always forgiving, always, like, you can forgive without opening yourself up again. You know, you can accept a situation without leaving yourself vulnerable again. You're allowed to stay guarded, and in fact, I think you're being encouraged to stay guarded in this situation, even if this person comes forward, to really give them a chance to kind of show you if they've changed. Because if they come back with the same old bullshit and they keep doing the same thing, I feel like you have an answer there that like they're just gonna waste your time more, and you don't deserve that. You deserve to be with people who say what they mean and mean what they say, and act on their values instead of just speaking them. And so for some of you, this person is going to live up to their values by correcting past wrongs and really, you know, doing the scary, brave thing and admitting those wrongs for the sake of just getting it off their chest, for the sake of letting you know that their past behavior is not who they truly are. It's not what they want to be. It's not what they want to have existing between the two of you, just for the sake of making things better. You know, the most evolved version of this person will come forward with zero intentions other than clearing their conscience and doing what they feel is right and doing right by you. For those of you where this person might have ulterior motives, like wanting to connect with you again, wanting to get back in your life, because even then, like, this person could be clearing their conscience and just and have hopes that maybe that could lead to something. But for others of you, you know, if this person does want to reconnect with you, but they're not willing to step up to the plate, they're not willing to grow, and they're doing the same old thing, I think you have your answer. And there's definitely, you are far too precious, and your heart and your time, your space, your energy is far too important to leave it vulnerable to this person. And I feel like you will have every right to be like, listen, XYZ, you cannot come into my space unless you adhere to XYZ boundaries. You know, stand up for yourself, stand up for what is true for you. And if this person does not live up to your expectations, feel free to share with them what your expectations are and what the consequences are if they don't. So pile one, that is where I'm going to leave this reading. We're not doing an extended, like I said. Took me forever I just feel guilty not doing that sometimes, but I feel like we've said everything we need to say, and it's Thanksgiving, so save your money. Just let my ads play in the background as a way to say thanks, or leave a like, or subscribe. Thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background, because like I just said, that is one of the simplest and easiest ways to support me and show appreciation for my channel. But if you'd like to support me in other ways, you can like this video, you can comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already. You can click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. You can check out my merch, you can check out my social media, you can check out my candles. Be sure to use code ASO10 for 10% off. You can check out my other videos, or I don't know, anything else related to me that's in the description box. But that's all I have for you guys. Thank you so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, Pile 2. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Golden Retriever and Mooakite Jasper stone, this is going to be a reading on who is thinking about you and what are they thinking about. So if you get yourself, you can stick around and listen to it if you want to hear my interpretation. But if you don't want to hear about yourself, just pick a different group. It's absolutely okay. It's not a bad thing to be attracted to yourself in a reading. Like, quality knows quality. Anyway, let's go ahead and see who is thinking about you, and this will represent the energy of between you and this person. So we already have Golden Retriever, which says joyous, thoughtful, devoted. We have Guide with the light attribute represents the nature of the divine in life and in yourself. Shadow attribute is places financial gain and control over imparting spiritual insight. We have Cancer, the doula. Feeling sympathetic, comforting, nostalgic, protective, intuitive, birthing, tender, nocturnal, caring, moody, receptive, lunar. I'm not going to read all of these. You guys can read. And we have Romance with Venus and Taurus. I'm also going to roll the Astro dice and just see if we get any other insights. I do want to remind you that don't take signs. Like if the person you're asking about does not have these signs, that does not mean this is not your reading. If they do, take it as extra confirmation, but the signs are more a representation of the energies this person embodies. So, Spirit, who is the person thinking about pile 2? What signs, planets, houses are significant to this person? Okay, so we have Leo energy, so they could be a Leo, sun, moon, rising. We also have the 3rd house, so Gemini energy could be significant. Siblings, close friends, family could be significant. This could be someone that you are currently communicating with or that you enjoy talking to. And we also have the... I can never tell if this, okay, yeah, this is the North Node. So they could have, well, North Node, I think, could mean a lot of different things, but, you know, the North Node does talk about the future, where your soul is meant to head in this lifetime. So this person could be a part of your future, or someone that is aligned with your growth, with your future, or someone that has helped you become the version of yourself that your soul is meant to be. Let's look at the energies that currently exist between the two of you, and then I'll get into it. So we have Ignite. We have Blossoming Abundance, another number 3. So the month of March could be significant. We have Regret. And we have Soul Connection. This is a connection between souls that recognize each other from a past life. Okay, so this is definitely someone special. Like, if you don't know who this person is, this probably isn't your reading, because it's kind of unmistakable, this energy in your life. We gotta start with Golden Retriever. Like, the one thing that I just keep thinking about is, who doesn't love a Golden Retriever? Like, they are just like, it's like there's a reason why so many people have Golden Retrievers. It's because they're great dogs. And I feel like everybody loves this person. Probably not literally everyone, but like most people. This person is a joy to be around. They're fun. They are a light. I feel like having Leo here, that is a beautiful sign of that. Even if they don't have Leo placements, it seems like they bring a lot of light and a lot of joy. They're definitely a very nurturing person. Someone who can be a bit closed off with their emotions or protective with them. They could even be a bit introverted and moody if their feelings are hurt or if they are feeling vulnerable. But I can definitely see that you recognize the divinity in this person. Maybe this person has helped you recognize the divinity within yourself. I definitely think with the 3rd house being here, they could be someone who's really good at communicating, or they could just really enjoy a lot of different topics. They could be a little... I'm hearing the word like flitty with, I don't know if that's the right word. They could bounce from lots of different topics. I definitely think that there is a grounding aspect that their presence brings you, that their energy brings you, but it's not grounding in a way that holds you down. It's actually grounding in a way that's expansive, in a way where you feel more like yourself, in ways where you never recognized that you had certain aspects of self, or in ways that you reconnect to parts of self you forgot you had. I feel like with the Romance card here, this could definitely be someone that you're romantically involved with, that you're in a relationship with, that you're talking to, or someone that you've had a romantic past with. Though this doesn't have to be overt romance. You know, this could be someone special in your life that, you know, you have a lot of love for, but maybe that love is platonic. Maybe you look at life through a romantic lens together. The one thing with Venus and Taurus being here, they could have that placement. They could have Taurus energy or Libra energy with Venus being here. They are definitely somebody who is consistent and loyal in their affections. I feel like their behavior towards you is likely quite consistent. And I feel like this is someone who, around you at the very least, shows a more glass half full perspective. Even if they're not necessarily that person all the time, it seems like with you, you inspire that sort of optimism in them and help them see the best in others and in the world. I also feel like with the Cancer card being here, they could have Cancer placements, but also I just feel like there is an aspect to them that is very nurturing. They could be a parent, friend, you know, the type of person, like let's say a group goes out, this is the person checking in on everyone, making sure that nobody's had too much, or if they have, that they get their water and ibuprofen. Like, this is definitely someone who is very considerate of others, very caring of others. No wonder they would be thinking about you, because I think they think about you quite often. I think that you bring a lot of joy to each other's lives, and I think this word devoted is very significant, because I feel like you get the best of this person, and not everybody gets that with this person. It's actually kind of a really special thing. And it's not like this person is trying to be, you know, a less wonderful version of themselves with others. It's just that, you know, we are always in constant states of flux energetically. And I think, you know, when it comes to the people that we connect to the most, it's just easy to embody the best aspects of ourselves because we feel so good, we feel so aligned. And I think that's definitely how they feel with you. I feel like there is a mutual understanding of aligned futures together. And I definitely think that this person is a light in your life, and vice versa. I also feel like this person is somebody who has brought you greater spiritual awareness, whether literally or just in connecting together, being in one another's lives. I wouldn't be shocked if this person with Venus and Taurus here is either well off or just really likes the finer things in life. They could really enjoy treating themselves and enjoy the more sensual aspects of life, like good food, good wine, good friends, good fun. Night, like this is a person who cares about the thread count of their sheets. Like, this is a person who notices minute differences in the quality of things. This is somebody who has an acute sense of what is comfortable. And I think comfort is very important to them. This is somebody who can dress really nicely, but likely prefers to dress for comfort more often than not. And I do feel like there's just this, they probably have a really nice smile. I also read in the book that there are a lot of Taurus Venuses have really good singing voices or aesthetically pleasing voices. Apparently a lot of singers have a Venus in Taurus, so they could be a singer or have like a pleasing voice or something like that. But definitely somebody who you see a beautiful, like you see the beauty in them. They hold a special place in your heart. And you definitely hold a special place in theirs, no matter what has gone down between the two of you. They could be a parent. That could be something that a lot of people admire them for. They could be very devoted. Like, they're definitely very family oriented. They care about their family. You know, golden retrievers are family dogs. That's what they say. But I think there's a wisdom to this person beyond their years. And I feel like they actually do a really good job of concealing the density that they may be experiencing at any given time, because not because they're literally trying to, but just because they are so good at, when they are in a room with other people, being the light that others need. And I don't even think that this is a conscious thing that they do. It's just an awareness. It's almost like, I'm hearing real recognizes real. So, you know, I feel like when this person is going through something intense emotionally, or they're struggling or having a hard time, they can almost sense it and pick it up in others, even if they're not, like, even if that other person hasn't talked about it. And just without even realizing, they kind of perk up and try to be like the lightest version of themselves, bring the most kindness, compassion, and joy to a situation, because they can't bear, number one, to know that other people are dealing with those heavy experiences, and number two, they try to alleviate and relieve some of that if they can. They could have like golden hair or like gold jewelry or accessories. I definitely think there is a sunny aspect to this person. Shoot, I forget the name and I can't. This is so shameful of me. I know the name, the artist of the song, but the song's Sunny. They also do, they're also behind the song Rasputin and a couple of others. Okay, this is just the name part of my brain malfunctioning. There's something wrong with the name part of my brain, I swear. I know what they are called. The name of the band is lost in my mind palace, and I'm not going to dig through. But if you know, you know. The song Sunny, I think, could be significant. But let's talk about the energy between the two of you. I mean, first of all, we have soul connection here. So this is making a lot of sense. Like, you know, if we think of our spirits as light, I think that both of you light up around one another, and we even have ignite here. I feel like there's a lot of passion between the two of you. And even if like things have fluctuated between the two of you, if things have been hot and cold, or if your relationship together or connection together has evolved over time, there's still this core resonant truth between the two of you, where you just feel deeply connected to one another. Like, you don't have to be in one another's presence to think of one another, to feel one another's energy, to be reminded of the other, to see synchronicities of the other. And I also feel like with this Ignite card, there could have been, it's the remix to Ignition, that's what I'm hearing in my head, hot, fresh out the kitchen. I'm hearing that there could have been recently reignition or resurgence of just more connecting between the two of you, and for whatever reason. Or this could be a fire that's been lit that hasn't died, that is just as strong. And maybe like every time you guys are together, or any time you guys talk or even think about one another, it's almost like pouring gasoline on a fire that already exists. It just makes you burn more for each other. Like, there's a lot of passion here, a lot of intensity, a lot of fire. And I feel like that can be a little bit of an overwhelming thing, in the sense that you don't want to get burned, you know? I don't know if anyone, okay, if you were in Avatar: Last Airbender, what type of bender would you want to be? Like, seriously, I actually want to know that. You can comment on that down below. Like, I've always thought, like, oh, I would want to be a firebender, obviously. Well, I'm kind of torn between water and fire, but I think ultimately, like, the Fire Nation, I'm sorry, but their outfits just go so hard. And, like, I don't know. Firebending sounds very fun. But then when I actually thought about the realities of it and how dangerous it would be, and how easily it could just get out of control and be scary and be destructive, that's what I'm thinking of when it comes to this connection, in the sense that tempers could run hot. And I feel like, really honestly though, I don't think that it's even interesting, because like the fire seems to be, it's not like connecting. So I feel like even if there's like intensity or anger between the two of you, it seems like you don't ever intentionally or with forethought direct that at the other. But there could just be a lot of fire and fear of handling it, and feeling like there needs to be caution when engaging with one another, because there's just a level of intensity and this feeling of almost being kind of out of control when it comes to being around one another. It's like you can't control the flames here between the two of you, and there's definitely a fear of getting burned. Also, you might have noticed I changed the candle. Apologize for that. We were having candle-related issues, and I'm not patient enough to fix that. Anyway, I know it's not relevant. You're like, I don't care, I didn't even notice, but I care, and I know some of you noticed. The observant ones did. With this Blossoming Abundance card here, I definitely feel like life is happening for both of you guys right now, where even if you're not increasing your abundance or anything like that, you just see more of what you already have, and I feel like as a result you're attracting even more. I feel like things between the two of you, like there could just be more connection or more closeness, or you could be working together to create more abundance. I mean, Venus in Taurus does talk about using love or creativity to gain material wealth. So you could have a creative relationship with this person, or you know, it could just be that even your influence on one another inspires the both of you, or gives the both of you creative fuel, creative inspiration to bring your own abundance in. But I feel like there's also just this aspect of spring between the two of you right now, where it's like whatever you've been through, whether you've only known this person for a little bit or you've known them for years, it's like you're entering a new cycle together where anything is possible, everything is fresh, and there's abundant ideas, and both of you feel very full. But I think what's interesting is that we have this regret card here, and I feel like that is a mutual energy, in the sense that there could be things that both of you regret. You know, we were talking about like heat and tension, so you know, it is possible that there could have been some contentious conflicts in the past, or and I feel that this is more likely, there could have been avoidance of the other, or avoidance of facing certain aspects about connecting because of the fear of being burned. But I also think, for example, you know, like let's say you and this person moved in together recently. There could be regret and like, why didn't I do this sooner? This is great. Like, this is awesome. Why didn't I take this risk further? There could be regret and avoiding more closeness despite both of you desiring that. It's almost like both of you walk a fine line around one another out of fear of stepping too far and getting burned, or out of fear of realizing that the passions aren't shared to the same degree. And I feel like there's almost like neither of you want the other to see how brightly you burn for the other, out of fear of overwhelming the other or being rejected. But there's also this exciting liberation in discovering that mutual passion in one another. I feel like how intense this regret is heavily depends on who you are and what your situation is with them. And it's quite possible that this regret could be more intense in one person than the other. But I do feel like more than anything, this regret has a lot to do with what you didn't know in the past that you wish you knew. Actions that either of you may have taken to protect yourself that, you know, didn't help your connection with each other. And it could even be regret for what you didn't see, regret for who you prioritized over the other, what you prioritized over the other, or regret for just not finding the other sooner, for wasting your, I don't ever believe, I do have to argue with you and your person, and whoever this person is on this. I don't think that anyone in your life is ever a waste of time, even if they are a challenging lesson. You know, I think that everybody comes into our life. You know, not everyone here is meant to be here for a lifetime. Some people are here for a season or for a reason. And some people are here to show us what we do not want in our connections, and teach us the dark aspects of what connection can entail, and the darker aspects of humanity. And I think it's natural and understandable to regret not leaving those situations earlier, but it's such a non-cut and dry situation. Like, toxic relationships, ABUS, IVE relationships, you know, those are really challenging, hard situations to move through. And you should have compassion for yourself and give yourself grace and be gentle with yourself in that process. You know, it wasn't a waste of time. It was part of your experience, and nobody ever deserves to have those experiences, but they are unfortunately a common experience in the world right now, because that's where a lot of consciousness is. But the beautiful thing is that you don't have to stay there, and you're not there anymore. And I do feel like this person, whoever they are, you know, they are someone who has shown you, either overtly or just through their actions, what pure love looks like. And that can be shown in so many forms. Like, you know, I think about the example of love through food, you know, and I think about like families, for example. You know, how families express their love for each other is so different. You know, some families, they're not comfortable saying the words "I love you," but they show it through their actions. Whereas, you know, in other families, they're very affectionate and you know, have tons of words of love and compassion, and neither love is less. It's just expressed in different ways. And so I do feel like with your connection, you both are discovering the ways that love can be communicated that maybe you didn't recognize before or weren't able to properly receive before because you didn't realize that was even what was being offered. And I think that there is this greater truth that you both are coming to understand, that any miscommunication, any conflict, any challenge between the two of you has not been a moral failing on either of your parts, has not been a sign of incompatibility, but rather an opportunity to grow and explore and almost learn new languages of love and see love where you didn't see it before. And it doesn't even have to be in terms of like romantic love with the other. It could just be as simple as maybe this person, you know, being so non-judgmental around you has shown you just the value of those sorts of connections, and that there's so much love behind, you know, a listening ear that isn't placing judgment on you, that is just accepting you wholly. And in seeing that, you can see that maybe in other people and the lack thereof in other people, and realize like, oh wow, you know, there's quality in my existing experiences that I didn't see. Or now that I see this aspect of how love or kindness or compassion can be expressed, like not only can I embody it more, but I can recognize where it isn't and where I do deserve it and set those boundaries. Like, I think there's a very beautiful, empowering energy between the two of you that creates more softness in yourselves, and that allows more softness between the two of you. I think it's only natural to be a little bit intimidated and overwhelmed by the other's energy, especially when there is such intensity and passion there. But I feel like it leads to so much expansion and so much gratitude, and it really just makes your perspectives of yourselves, of life, of reality more colorful, more expansive, and more nuanced. I really like this. I think this is really beautiful. So let's just go ahead and see what this person is thinking about you. I'm actually really excited to look at that. In case you didn't see the intro, we're not doing an extended because I didn't feel like it. And I just wanted to hang out with you guys. And I figured if there are questions beyond the reading, I'll just ask them while we're here. But if you would like to support me, or if you're enjoying this reading, liking the video, commenting down below, subscribing, letting the ads play in the background, all super helpful ways. So thank you for that. If you're watching this when I first upload, there should be a little Black Friday sale on my candles too, so definitely check those out if you are interested in having a nice smelling and beautiful candle. Okay, so Spirit, the person thinking about pile 2, what are they? Oh, wait, no, first we need to ask why they're thinking about you. I forgot I was doing that. So we're going to pull one card up here for why are they thinking about. I mean, we kind of know why, but like, because you're in their heart. Like, I literally felt this burst in my heart as I was thinking about that. But why is pile number 2 thinking about their person? Well, their person, you. 5 of Pentacles. Definitely, I think it's partially because they miss you. Maybe there has been some sort of conflict between the two of you, or some distance or some coldness. Let me clarify this. Can you clarify this 5 of Pentacles? Okay, yeah. There's definitely the desire to move towards you if they're not at all. I'm hearing the lyrics to that Sunny song again. Like, yesterday my life was filled with rain. It's actually raining right now, if you can hear. You bring so much warmth to their life. Okay, I'm gonna put this back in, and then we're gonna look at their thoughts, because I didn't even really feel called to pull for their thoughts anyway, or pull for the why anyway. So we're just gonna go in and then we'll expand upon this. So what is the person thinking about pile 2 thinking about? We have the Page of Swords. We have the 3 of Swords. We have the Queen of Swords. What are they thinking about? We have the King of Wands. Okay. Oof, okay, wait, hang on, there's boobs. We have the 4 of Pentacles and the World. Caught it this time. And one more. And Spirit was like, no, one more. What is the person thinking about pile 2 thinking about? Okay, we have the 9 of Pentacles. There we go. That's why we have the Sun on the bottom of the deck. There's that. I was like, where are you? Why are you not out here? Like, I feel you. I know you're in the area. Okay. So this person is thinking a lot about you. And I think it's really interesting because these cards are almost telling a story of expansion and growth. So there definitely has been painful experiences between the two of you, or painful past experiences that have made it challenging for this person to be as open with you as they would like. The fact that we have the Page of Swords and the Queen of Swords here, I definitely feel like they're reflecting on your past and just thinking about like the petty things that could have inhibited connection, and also the ways in which their mind, and maybe they've recognized your mind, have created disharmony, have created miscommunications, misunderstandings, and a little bit of pettiness between the two of you. I feel like this person is making an active choice to not let their lower mind, their ego, and their fears get in the way of wanting to connect with you. Like the fact that we had the 5 of Pentacles come out for the why, you know, I always think about the 5 of Pentacles, especially in a love reading, as being, you know, as missing someone, like feeling like they've lost them, feeling exhausted. I mean, this person could be going through their own pretty intense battles right now. I mean, I did discuss that they do experience heaviness that they don't necessarily express. Maybe you guys have been on the struggle bus together, or maybe this person has been on their own struggle bus, and just the thought of you brings them comfort, or the thought of how you've grown together brings them comfort. The fact that we have the Queen of Swords and the King of Wands here, these could represent the two of you. Aspects, if one of you has a more masculine energy and one of you has a more feminine energy, then I definitely think that like this person is coming through with a more feminine energy. But even then, like even if this person has a feminine energy, they're definitely energetically androgynous. Like they have a lot of masculine energy as well. So if you resonate with having more masculine energy, or just resonate with also being very energetically androgynous, I feel like one thing that they are acknowledging is that you both seem to be in your masculine energy around one another, or be in this space where it is a bit challenging for you to embrace your emotions with each other. You know, despite like all the love and passion that exists here, it definitely seems like air and earth are a dominant aspect of how you both connect. And I feel like they are trying to be clear and open and independent, especially if things are being reignited between the two of you. I do feel like there is a conscious choice to either let you lead or wait until they are inspired to lead and take action. If you have known one another for quite some time, I do think there is a conscious awareness of just how much you've grown. I feel like that's very attractive to them. And I also feel like they're aware of how they've grown. You know, I definitely think that they are reflecting on how your influence in their life has helped them mature, how they have learned to be less naive, maybe less enmeshed in others, or less what's the right word? There's less, I guess, naivety around your connection with each other, or around like what is healthy for them in love. There is definitely a possessive aspect to this connection and to you that I feel they are reflecting on. Like they've definitely grown from that. You know, actually, one thing I think that they're thinking about heavily is how losing you in some sort of way has helped them find and love themselves and see the value in themselves. It's like you guys have gone through some sort of cycle where there was distance, there could have been the loss of one another, the loss of connection with each other. And in that process and moving through that cycle, not only did they learn to let go, but they also increased their abundance. I mean, we do have blossoming abundance here. I do think they credit you as either like a muse in their life, or as a very powerful and important person in their life, no matter where you guys are at now, because you have helped them become more independent, see their value and see their worth. And even if that came from a place of you rejecting them or you pushing them away, they needed that in order to see their own value. They could have been really heavily invested in their own narrative of what they thought was going to happen between the two of you when they first met you. And the heartbreak of that not happening, I think, taught them some tough and important lessons. And that also helped them realize that they can face their worst fears. And that, in fact, you know, sometimes we need to lose what we love in order to find ourselves and what we need. And I think that this person realizes that. I think that they maybe have regrets over how they behaved in the past, or regrets for how they handled things in the past, regrets for how they conducted themselves. Like, I'm even seeing, you know, with this Page of Swords looking at the sun, I'm even seeing that maybe this person could have been blinded to their own behavior and things, or blinded to realities within the connection between the two of you that they weren't aware of before. It kind of reminds me of, like, you know, when you're a teenager and you know everything. I'm really hoping there are no teenagers watching this, unless you're 18 or older. But I can't tell you, because you don't listen, because you know everything. And you're just so sure of yourself in a way that it's like, how could you be wrong? And then when you are wrong, or when things don't go the way that you expected them to, you feel not just betrayed by a person or the experience, but you feel betrayed by God themselves, by the universe themselves. And it is like a sobering wake-up call to the realities of life maybe not matching the optimistic viewpoint that our young selves have. And I feel like you're like, I'm saying your person, I'm not meaning to, they don't have to be your person, but I feel like in a way that they are. Like, you guys are each other's person, in the sense that, like, you don't have to literally be that on paper, but, like, you know, there is a special connection between the two of you. And I feel like they have come through whatever challenging experiences you've gone through together, and realized that not only has that made them more themselves, but that they've been necessary for you to connect in a healthier way now, should you both want to. I feel like there is this reality that they are aware of, that even though you may have gone through a lot together, even though they may not have chosen to deal with certain experiences together, the fact that there is this unwavering light and joy that exists between the two of you when you connect, and when you are just in that authenticity, it's helped them be at peace with whatever does occur between the two of you, and recognize that at the end of the day, it's all light. I feel like this person has developed healthier boundaries as a result of whatever's gone down between the two of you. I also think they have a healthier mindset when it comes to love, or when it comes to connecting with people that they love. And I also think that there is this just absolute gratitude for all that you've been through together, for your connections together, and for your experiences together, no matter how challenging they may be, because this person has come out on the other side being a much more independent and empowered version of themselves that they're proud of. I feel like they've healed their masculine energy a lot with you, in ways where they feel safer to tell people no. They feel safer to say no to what isn't them. And they also feel safer to face the unknown, in a sense where they can accept what outcomes are, and they can accept whatever comes their way, even between the two of you. Now, it's interesting because I don't know where you and this person are at. And I feel like with the Five of Pentacles being here, I feel like this person either really misses you, or maybe you have reconnected recently and this person is just becoming aware of how cold or how dark their life is without you in it. And I feel like they have recognized that they needed to have that experience to have loved and lost, to understand the value of that love to begin with, to understand lessons of love that they wouldn't necessarily choose. It's helped them let go and not feel the need to be so in control. They've reached a level of stability that they wouldn't have had if they hadn't met you. I also feel like there is just this desire for more closeness that they can't escape, and this just unbridled joy. But they're very patient in seeing how things unfold. Ace of Swords. I definitely think that there are truths that need to be spoken between the two of you that haven't. But I feel like they're very patient and very relaxed about whatever is meant to happen between the two of you, or however you're meant to move forward. I definitely feel like with the Five of Pentacles here, like you could have seen them yesterday and they just miss you, and they just miss your warmth and miss your presence. And so they're just like, I miss them. And they could even just be like sad that they're not, like this Three of Swords could literally just be, I'm sad that I'm not like talking to you, pile two, or I'm sad that I had to say bye to pile two. I feel like there's just a lot of attraction. Like they're very attracted to you. They find you, like your leadership skills very hot, or they find when you take the lead to be very attractive. But they can find too that their leadership qualities come out around you as well. Like they feel, maybe they've learned to become more comfortable in taking the lead around you. But I feel like there is this sense of self-worth that they have come to recognize could have only come from the experiences that you've been through together, the challenging and hard experiences that you've been through together, that have helped them have a more balanced worldview, a healthier worldview, a view of themselves that is more empowering. Especially if this person has codependent tendencies, I feel like your influence has helped them see where they need to be more self-reliant, and where they need to be more detached and cool, so that, you know, they don't get swept up in a fire or in an emotional experience that leaves them harmed or burned. But I feel like there's deep gratitude, and I won't lie, there is some anxiety around connecting with you. And the validity of that anxiety, in terms of it actually coming to fruition, I think depends on your circumstances. But I do feel like this person is trying really hard not to let the beautiful lessons, the beautiful experiences, the beautiful energy that exists between the two of you be corrupted by their fears, their worries, their uncertainties, the way their ego might want to make them smaller or make them disconnect from you. And I feel like overall, there is this undeniable truth, you know, having this sun on the back of the deck, there is this undeniable truth of the joy and the light that exists between the two of you. And like, there's just the truth of that cannot be corrupted by the fears of the mind. And I feel like that's something they return to, but they definitely go through the process of returning to that truth, because sometimes the fear does get a bit intense and does get a bit heavy. I definitely feel like they could really enjoy cuddling with you, or feel like you're a really good cuddler. They could really love your hugs. I feel like with this Four of Pentacles here, there's just this security that's being developed between the two of you, or that they have the desire to develop with you, that I feel like they feel more prepared to approach now and establish now, because they are in a more secure place in themselves and in the uncertainties of life and the world. I also just feel like with this World card, like, you mean the world to them, and like and what you mean to them, like the light that you bring to their lives, no matter where you guys have been at or what you've gone through, like, you mean everything to them. You literally mean the world to them. I know that's a cliche interpretation of the world, but like, that is what's coming through. And I think that the world in the traditional tarot does show the fixed signs. And I think that there is this fixed energy of like, their mind may waver a lot when it comes to your connection, but their heart never has. And I feel like there have been times where they have been at war with their mind and their heart, because they have been so conflicting at times. But I feel like the maturity and the growth and the healing that they've had from their experiences with you have led them to have taught them how to have more harmony between those two experiences, and not let one invalidate the other, and not let one overpower the other in a way that would leave them vulnerable or have them fall out of alignment with their own integrity. It's very interesting. There's a lot going on, but I actually would just kind of want to ask, because I feel like for some of you, you may be currently in a position where things are hard, and so maybe you've kind of like wondered if this reading was really yours. Maybe this is a future moment in time that you're meant to head into, and you're being given a window into it. I definitely think this person misses you, though, even if it's just because you're in the other room and you wish you were cuddling with each other, or they wish that, or if you haven't seen one another in a while. They definitely desire your physical presence. They desire a complete disconnection from any loss or hardship you've experienced in the past. And I feel like they have a much greater awareness of how their own behavior contributed to that, and also a greater awareness of how those experiences were necessary and needed in order to be where they are now, in order to support and hold the energy that exists between the two of you now, and not be overwhelmed or burned by the connection. But Spirit, is there anything that Pile 2 needs to know about their connection with this person, or just any? We have the Four of Swords. So I definitely feel like there's even if you're not constantly interacting with one another, there's a lot of healing going on between the two of you. And I also feel like there's a lot of healing coming between the two of you. I feel like the both of you have the desire for gentleness, calmness, and healing here. Neither of you have the desire for conflict, and if there has been conflict, I feel like there's a mutual desire to eliminate that. I feel like your higher selves could actually be doing a lot of healing together while you're both asleep, and also like helping the other just heal while you're sleeping. So like restorative, nourishing sleep could be creating more healing between the two of you. But I also think that there is a message here about like, just because something isn't implicitly expressed by the other doesn't mean it's not there, and doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Trust your intuition, but also trust in the lulls, trust in the silence, and trust in the times where you feel called not to do much, or you feel called to just kind of go within and rest. You do not need to have a sense of urgency. Everything is in perfect time. But I definitely feel like you also dream about one another a lot, and I wouldn't be shocked if you think about one another most heavily, like when you're going to sleep or when you are in times of rest. Is there anything that this person wants pile 2 to know? We have the King of Swords. So I definitely think there's a meeting of the minds here. And I feel like they are very grateful for, if there have been ways in which you've set boundaries, ways in which you haven't let your emotional desires get in the way of your priorities, I feel like you've taught them that. You've taught them to be more logical in a way where they don't let their heart run away, but they also have learned to be more disciplined in their mind because of your influence. I feel like they're very grateful for that. But also I feel like there's a deeper message here that they just want you to know that they respect your mind so much. They respect your viewpoint so much. And they have a lot of just reverence for the person that you are. I feel like they've seen you grow a lot, or they recognize that the person that you are now has come through a lot of challenging growth, and I feel like they want more closeness and more healing and more communication between the two of you. And if they're responsible for doing that, I feel like they are in the process of doing the healing necessary for that. But also I do feel like they want you to know that they are intimidated by you and that there is a little bit of nervousness around you. I do feel like they try to always put their best foot forward with you. And in fact, they might have a hard time being soft with you at times, or being more open and vulnerable with you at times, because they want to be this like almost like their most intellectual self, their most wise self, their most centered self. Like they want to be cool, they want to be collected, but they also want to match your intellect, because they feel you are very brilliant, and that's one thing they really adore about you. And I feel like there is one thing that I'm noticing here is when it comes to channeling the energy between the two of you, there's a lot of love, but when it comes to thoughts, there is a lot of mental, I wouldn't say anguish, but definitely uncertainty, unrest, and development in general. I definitely think that this person, they want you to know that sometimes they have a hard time seeing the light and the beautiful things between the two of you, because they are so afraid of being burned again, or they are so afraid of being wrong or looking stupid. But there's also this kind of message coming through that they want you to know that just because they don't always express the depth of their emotion doesn't mean that they're not feeling it. It's a very scary experience for them to do that, I think, in general. And I feel like actually one thing that they want you to know is that there's nothing that they love more than having an intellectually stimulating conversation with you. Like that is a love language for them that I think that they really enjoy with you. And that sometimes, you know, let's say you just want to like be in their presence and hang out, and this person is talking about, you know, some random subject that they won't seem to stop bringing up. It's because they want to know your perspective on it. They want to know how you think. They want to know how your mind works. They love your mind. They love the way that you operate. Is there anything else? Yeah, but that doesn't mean that they don't have a lot of romantic feelings for you. And I think that it's just their ability to express themselves intellectually. They are a lot more comfortable with that than expressing themselves emotionally. But just know that they feel it. And in fact, I feel like they're really looking forward to the future with you and forward movement with you. I feel like you guys are moving on from isolation with one another, and they're really excited about that. Yeah, it's like you guys have definitely spent a lot of time in limbo, working on yourselves, working on your life, and I feel like at this point in time, they feel like you guys are moving to a positive place, leaving a lot of challenge in the past. And I feel like one thing that they also want you to know is that just because there is this spiritual connection between the two of you, they really value the human aspects of connecting with each other and the human lessons this connection has inspired. And I feel like they kind of have this heavy emphasis on not wanting the spiritual aspects of this connection to be the most dominant. Like they want the full experience with you. They don't want to keep the connection in just the 5D. Like I feel like you are helping them have a more romantic view of the world, which they already do to a degree because we have romance there, but it's like maybe they saw that for everyone but themselves. Maybe they recognize that exists and could do that aesthetically, could do that in other ways, but when it comes to someone they love so deeply and truly, it's like they have to, and maybe that's something, oh my God, yeah, that's in the song, Sunny, one so true, I love you. Like, I think that this person is learning how love is expressed within them and what love actually feels like, and how it doesn't always make logical sense, but just how love can heal anything and everything. And that romance doesn't necessarily equate to love. And I think you've taught them that. And, if you've been maybe more detached and logical, I feel like they're recognizing how they may have missed gestures of love in the past because they expected it to come in a form more overt. And I think they're realizing, like, whatever has gone down between the two of us, whatever misunderstandings we've had, like, we can move forward, we can move on. And in fact, we've only grown and become better for it. And I think that there is a lot of desire to create more emotional closeness and to learn about one another even more. And yeah, I think they just have a lot of, like, I think you inspire a lot of romance in them that they don't really have otherwise. They could almost feel sometimes like they're, the way that you make them feel, like they feel like they're in a Hallmark movie. It might almost be a little bit cringy to their conscious mind, but like it's actually so beautiful and they feel so blessed to experience it. They feel blessed to know you. And I actually think one thing they want you to know, especially with this Four of Swords, or what Spirit wants you to know, because I know that was kind of what we asked with that, is that there's no need to worry. There's no need to control. There's no need to like make things happen unless you feel the authentic inspiration to do so. It's all happening like as it's meant to, and like this connection flows naturally. It doesn't need to be forced. And I honestly, I feel like I could sit here and pull more information from these cards forever. I feel like there is no limit to their thoughts of you, the things that you inspire in them, the realizations they have about themselves. You are just a absolute fucking gift in their life. And I think that they just feel very blessed to have you in their life, and they're very excited to see how you both grow together and where you go from here, and what is meant to unfold, and how they get to be the instigator in that unfoldment, in the sense of just making gestures of love towards you because they feel them in the moment and not holding back from that, and hopefully creating room for you to do the same. And truthfully, Pilot 2, I feel like even in the process, like as I've been channeling this and talking about this, I definitely will not be shocked if there are messages that are not yours, and messages that don't make sense to you. Please discard those, because I feel like there's a lot coming through here, and I feel like there's a lot of different places that you as individuals could be in, your own individual experiences. But I also want to mention that if you got anything from these cards that I didn't say, please take those as messages for you, and please honor those, because that is your own intuition talking. That is your own intuition extrapolating from these cards, what I couldn't, I can't possibly get everything. And there may be unique messages that other people didn't need to hear that are for you. So take those as well. And if you feel compelled to share those insights, feel free to, because maybe someone else, in the comments needs to see them or will resonate with them. So I always love hearing what you guys get from the cards. You guys are just so incredible and insightful, and this person sees that. And truthfully, I feel like in this case, I feel like it's almost kind of a travesty that this is about thoughts and what they think, because there is so much going on energetically, emotionally, spiritually. But this is a reading about thoughts, and I think that there is a lot of value in their thoughts, because there's a lot of mental development here, and they just love you so much. And I think that their mind has learned a lot about how love just is, and how love changes your mind, changes your experience, and how love can heal all things. And no matter where you're at with this person, I feel like they see things moving in a positive direction, or they believe that they will move in a positive direction. And if you are already in a better place with this person, you can also sound off in the comments about that. Or, I feel like they're just reflecting on, how limited, your perspective can be when you're in the throes of a painful experience, or when you're in the throes of conflict or challenge, and just realizing how small that is in reality, and how much more there is to the picture that they haven't seen yet. And they've definitely grown in their wisdom, and I think that they've recognized that you've grown too. And I think they just love who they've become, and love who you've become, and love how love has revealed itself to be so much more than, romance or just a straight narrative, but rather an unfoldment, an experience that is expansive and empowering and terrifying and painful and hard at times. But in the ways that it does, it just breaks your heart open and expands your mind and creates more wisdom, and also, hardens you in some ways, makes you more defensive and guarded in some ways. But it just becomes then fuel and a challenge to be more open, to be more willingness to face that unknown and recognize you can handle challenge, you can handle the things outside of your control. There's a very healing element of this connection, and whether that is healing that you're engaging in together, healing that you're doing individually that's allowing you both to connect more, or just a healing aspect of being around one another, I think that you make each other better. And sometimes that comes through experiencing the worst of yourselves or the worst of each other, and realizing like you can come through that and you can move through that. And yeah, there's a lot of beauty and just a lot of wow. Like I feel like I need to stop myself, because I could literally go on for hours, and I waited till the last minute to do this reading, and I gotta leave for Thanksgiving, and I got 2 other readings to do. But trust that I could be in your person. Your person definitely has a mind palace, and I could hang out in there. Their mind palace is like the Louvre. I mean, I could just be in there forever, and I still would not be able to see everything. But it's definitely ancient and full of wisdom. I mean, maybe not literally ancient, but in the sense of their wisdom and in the sense of all the stuff that's going on in there. And wow, there is a whole ass wing dedicated to you in their mind palace, and it's very beautiful. And beauty isn't always necessarily just light, that there's a lot of beauty in the tapestry of your experience together. And yeah, your connection is a work of art. That's what I'll say. So let's go ahead and finish off with just some guidance for you and see what wants to come through. So we have the 4 of Swords again. So I definitely think that this could be a call in general. If you've been working really hard, or if you just haven't been giving yourself time and space to reflect or rest or heal, I think you're being called to do that. If there are any challenges like with mental health, or just with needing rest and some mental rest, I feel like that's being encouraged. But also I feel like this is a beautiful sign that there is a lot of healing coming to both of your mentalities individually. And I feel like you're being guided to focus on a mentality that brings you the most peace, that gives you space to rest, that allows you not to be hard on yourself. And I also just think as well, pay attention to your dreams. Pay attention to what they are saying to you. And also, if you don't know what to do, if you don't know how to move things forward, if you don't know how to propel things or what to do, then don't do anything. Just be an experience and give yourself space. Hold space, like the lyrics to Defying Gravity. And hold space for yourself, and to just experience whatever it is you're going through. And I think that if you are in a place with this person that you don't wish to be, and you don't know the way to change that, trust that that healing will occur naturally. Like the same way the body heals itself when we sleep, that this will unfold naturally, and when you're meant to take action, you will know. Okay, word of the day for y'all is healing. There is a solid foundation of healing happening here. So depending on where you are at with this person, you guys have already been building upon that, or that is the next step for you, creating more healing, and whatever has been in the dark is coming to light. Like, this new moon is leading to more light and more awareness. And yeah, I definitely think that you guys have just barely scratched the surface of the healing and the peace that exists between the two of you. And also, I feel like a lot of the mental anguish is not anguish that you feel in one another's presence. It's anguish that you feel when you're not together, when your insecurities are getting the best of you. And I feel like there is a call to trust in the peace that you feel when you're around one another, when you're just in that light. And also recognize that you deserve to have that, not just with one another, but in your everyday experience. And that whatever you're dealing with right now, it's leading to a lot of healing and a lot of expansion, a lot of growth. And I feel like your person is already doing a lot of healing on their own, and has grown a lot and gained a lot of wisdom from the healing that they've done. And I feel like there's just a lot of gratitude for that. And I feel like if you feel like this person is further ahead of you or anything like that, I feel like you need to know that you're not behind, that you're exactly where you need to be, and that you deserve all the time that you need to grow and heal and take that space for yourself. And if you need time to yourself, if like, for example, with the intensity of this connection, if you need time to just process, don't be afraid to communicate that. I feel like your person will understand because they'll probably relate. And it's okay to not know exactly what to do in every moment. We have co-create. I definitely actually want to read this from the book. The number 4 seems to be very significant, and 4s are all about foundations. So I do feel like there are solid foundations being created within yourselves and within each other. It's really interesting. I feel like I'm not just picking up on what's in your person's head, but rather, because there is this spiritual connection here, it feels like you guys have a collective mind together. And it's like you both have your individual minds, and then there's like a collective, there's a consciousness that is created by both of you that I feel like I've tapped into. So I don't know, maybe I was in your energy and their energy. I don't know. I truly, genuinely have no fucking clue what I have done. I have no clue what I've said. It's just really like flown and been, I was just letting whatever flow through me. But I want to read this co-create card. I'm sure this reading has already been long, but that's what she said, but that's okay. Because this energy has been beautiful to sit in, and I enjoy the complexity. So the essential meanings are creativity, art, inspiration, fruition, manifestation. You may not consider yourself a creative person, but in fact, you are creating your everyday reality at every moment of every day via your thoughts, feelings, beliefs, intentions, and actions. Yet you must consider that you do so in part in partnership with spirit, consciousness, God, or whatever name you call your higher power. You are a spark of this intelligence that works through you. I also feel like this is a reminder too that like you and them are not in this alone. Like this spiritual aspect of this connection has been highlighted over and over, and it's hard to see that sometimes because we're rooted in our human experience, but I feel like it becomes present in the moments we least expect it, and in the moments when we truly let go of control and remain open, and we realize like, oh, spirit did have my back. Oh wow, spirit really set this up. I couldn't have made this happen, like a chance encounter, or just something occurring that you couldn't have created. And it reminds you that you don't have to have it all figured out, and you don't have to be strategizing. This is not a game of chess. This is not a game. This is just life, and this is just living. You are a paintbrush that co-creates a beautiful, unique expression of your own individuality blended with universal spirit. You are a product of divine inspiration, and now you're aligned with it to create miracles. When you view your life as art, know that you co-create it. Only beauty and grace result. Prepare to be amazed. So, and then with the relationship message, connections of the heart serve to inspire you, opening up to new ideas you would have never come to on your own. You are looking in a mirror held up by this experience and seeing yourself in an unexpected way. Okay, that's validating. I feel like I talked about that. Who is this extraordinary being looking back at you? You are going to be so happy you kept your heart open. Your love is a unique work of art now, and the very embodiment of beauty. So That's beautiful. And I feel like you guys are in this process of co-creating a new foundation together, a new reality together. And I feel like the biggest thing is to not let your mind override your heart, and trust that you have the wisdom and grace and ability to navigate whatever comes your way. Yes, I love this. This is a beautiful message to finish off with. Surrender to receiving support and love. Allow the love and support of others in rather than trying to handle everything yourself. This can take the pressure off and simultaneously nurture you. So I definitely feel like this person wants to give you a lot more love, and so maybe they are learning to be comfortable with that or be vulnerable with that. And maybe they're uncomfortable with receiving it. So maybe if you've had the desire to give it and haven't been able, and they haven't been able to receive it, maybe looking at where you've been uncomfortable with receiving will help them be more open as well. You know, it's really easy when you're a giving person to just give all that love away. It's really challenging actually when you receive that loving nourishment to not want to give it right back, and to just receive. Like if you're the type of person who can't just receive a gift and feels the need to always give something back or always do something back, challenge yourself to just receive and recognize that like not every gesture needs to be returned. Like, and in fact, it's the authenticity that matters. And you have a beautiful heart, good intentions, and an authentic desire to love and connect the same way this person does. The complexities of the human experience and the way, you know, our wounds and our fears and the mind, the conscious mind and the subconscious mind, all blend together in some weird fucked up conscious perception that we're all experiencing. Fucked up but beautiful. You know, it just all leads to more life and more love, and it's all okay, and it's all part of it. And you don't have to make sense of it. You don't have to know what's going on. You just have to trust yourself and trust your heart and make sure you're honoring yourself. And don't be afraid to follow the inner nudges of your heart and trust that you're wise enough to know when that needs to be balanced with your mind. And also recognize that maybe if you opened up your mind a little bit more, you would see where the heart has had wisdom. You just haven't heard, and where, you know, there are opportunities to receive that you didn't see before. So pile 2, that is where I'm going to leave this reading. This was definitely long, but very beautiful, and I'm very grateful. So thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background. That's one of the simplest and easiest ways to show support and appreciation for my channel. So, but if you'd like to support me in other ways, you can like this video, comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already. Shout out to my notification squad. If you want me to see your comments, I usually see comments when I first upload. After that, it's up to fate. But definitely don't stop that, because even if I don't see it, you know, maybe someone else needs to. You guys have such wonderful things to say, and I love that about you guys. You can check out my merch, you can check out my social media, you can check out candles. Be sure to use code ASO10, or if you see this when I'm first uploading it, I will be releasing a Black Friday code, so you can check that out. But that's all I have for you guys. So thank you so much for watching and for letting me read for you and for holding space with me. I have had a wicked good time, and I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, Pile 3. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Rottweiler and the Black Moonstone, this is going to be your reading on who is thinking about you and why. What are they thinking about? If you'd like a full breakdown of the reading, there is one in the intro. Friendly reminder that if you get yourself, you don't have to sit through it. If you want to, you absolutely can, but please feel free to pick another pile. You're not obligated to just be stuck with the first one you pick. Anyway, the Rottweiler is the first card in terms of who is thinking about you. That's why I had the bottom covered up. So the first qualities coming through for this person, we have refined, earnest, and tenacious. We have the North Node with destiny, soul school, learning curve, fulfillment, purpose, maturing, experience, fruition, North Star, process, development, practice, beacon, blossoming, becoming, integrity, journey. I didn't need to read all of them, but I don't need to do a lot of things that I do. Okay, we also have Leo and Mercury with drama. And we have martyr, learning the transcendent nature of service to oneself or a cause. The shadow attribute is addiction to self-pity. Is everything in the frame? Yes, cool. And then these cards represent the current energy between the two of you. So if these first two parts don't resonate, this is not your reading. I would try a different one. So in terms of the energy between the two of you, we have go beyond karma. We have romance. I'm gonna be moving these around. I'm not apologizing. We have the thinking woman, and we have your controlling. Control is stemmed from fear. Release what you cannot control. Okay, interesting. All right, and I'm also going to roll these Astro dice just to get a little bit more information about who this person is. As a little reminder, they do not have to have these specific placements. I'm using the astrological elements as more energies they embody. If they do have these placements, just take that as extra confirmation. If they don't, just take it as extra insight of energies they embody. So, Spirit, can you tell me about the person that is thinking about pile 3, please? Who is this Rottweiler person? Oh my God, you guys can't see it, but the first dice fell into my cleavage. I kind of want to show you, but I feel like that's dirty, but it's also like kind of funny, and I do have nice boobs, so wait, can I show you? There, now it went. Okay, well, it landed on number 4, and yeah, that was just very comical to me. And I'm not only hands, I got a pair of boobs too. Okay, so we had the 6th house and the 4th house came out, so I'm actually gonna leave it. Or is this representing the 9th? Let's look where the 6 is so that we know. Okay, so that is the 6th house. So 6, wait, okay, yeah, okay. The 6th house came out. So Virgo energy, I don't know why I'm standing up. Only here can you be shown cleavage and chaos. Come for the chaos, stay for the cleavage, right? Okay. 6th house, I was trying to find the 4, because the 4th house is what landed in my bosom. Even for me, I'm like, girl. Okay, we also have Neptune. Yeah, that's probably what you were thinking. Oh, Neptune. And we have Sagittarius energy. So they could have Sagittarius energy, they could have Pisces energy, or have powerful Neptune placements. They could have Neptune in the 1st house, or the 4th house, or the 6th house. The 4th house represents Cancer energy, and the 6th house represents, it's centered, it doesn't, the 6th house deals with Virgo and things. 4th house deals with Cancerian things. So 4th house is like family, childhood, upbringing, what is familiar to you, what is home. And the 6th house deals with things like service, health, routines, all that jazz. So they could have Sagittarius placements, and with Neptune being here, they could be spiritual, or they could have a very ethereal aspect to them, or there could even be an aspect to them that is like hard to define, or it could be mystical, or it could be delusional. And I do kind of see there are some aspects of delusion that this person experiences, but I think they have to do with their own power, and then also just their ability to make things happen, their ability to grow. So let's get into who this person is. I would not be shocked if either you are intimidated by this person, or if this person is intimidating in general. This person would never describe themselves as intimidating though, and they would be very surprised and probably even disagree that they come off as intimidating. But I mean, we have to talk about the fact that Rottweilers are a dog that, you know, are considered a guard dog. They're very adorable, but some people are afraid of dogs like this, right? And I feel like this person has a very powerful bite in this, and not in, I mean, maybe literally, but is this the sexual reading? Is this what's happening? Because truth be told, I have 2 cards here that I'm keeping off to the side because I'm afraid I'm not allowed to show them. One of them is an archetype card, and the archetype is Prostitute. And the light attributes are accentuates the challenge of surviving without negotiating the power of your spirit, and the shadow attribute is places material considerations and security above self-empowerment. Then we also have sextile, which this would be fine, but I just kind of noticed the irony of sextile and pitute. But I just kept it off to the side because I was like, it's gonna ruin the balance. So I have them over here. But I definitely think that this person is more collaborative than people give them credit for. I feel like you and this person either work well together or have a really interesting dynamic that is quite powerful between the two of you. I just heard the word saucy. I feel like you both could be... There's an energy between the two of you. I feel that it's almost like one of you is Mentos and one of you is Diet Coke. And so when you guys come together, it's just like, poof. It's like... when you're around each other, you might create like interesting reactions and explosions, possibly in a saucy way. We cannot ignore the fact that this Leo energy could be... I've never shown my cleavage in a reading before. I've never had dice fall into my boobs. So, I don't know. Like, I definitely think this person has some gusto to them, and they also have just a very like... I wouldn't be shocked if they're very attractive or if they just have a powerful confidence that they don't maybe necessarily authentically feel, but people view them as having. Just the big thing about this person is I can see that they don't see their own power. And as a result, they may underestimate their ability to make things happen. They may underestimate the impact they have on others or even the value of their presence. I'm thinking of like the example of like this person could say things flippantly or have such a low opinion of themselves at times that they don't even realize that their presence impacts others. It makes me think of me when I was really little. I used to say things that were just like, that I didn't think were a big deal, that I didn't realize like were bad or wrong, and they didn't come from like a mean place or anything like that, but caused harm to people because I didn't see the value in my words. I just figured like I'm literally irrelevant. Like I'm a non-self entity. And that wasn't conscious, it was just subconscious. Like I didn't even think that like my words could impact someone emotionally because I didn't matter. Obviously I don't feel and so I had to learn like, oh, what I say matters too. Like I'm not just this void that, you know, can just exist and not be impacted by other people. I feel like at times this person can kind of forget that they don't know their strength and they don't know their power. And this hurts them in 2 ways. Number one, it can cause them to cause harm that they never anticipated causing and never meant to cause. And number two, they can feel helpless and powerless in situations where they actually have so much power and so much ability to make things different. The fact that we have the Martyr card here, I do feel like this person is either misunderstood by people or maybe has come from a past where they had to be a tougher version of themselves than they wanted to be, where they had to do things that, you know, didn't align with their integrity, but that they thought they had to. I feel like this person has grown a lot, and it depends on how long you've known them. If you haven't known them very long, they might allude to being ashamed of their past self. And the thing is that their past self might not have been shameful at all. It could just be like the shame that they feel. You know, I have a very good friend who talks about their past self, and every time they talk about their past self and like are embarrassed by it, I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, those qualities are awesome, and I actually wish you would embody them more. I feel like that shame is misplaced. It reminds me of her in that way. And I feel like whoever this person is, they they're very hard on themselves, and I feel like they it reminds me of Shrek. Can't get through a reading without Shrek. You know, there's Shrek in the first movie literally talks about how he embodies the traits of an ogre because people treat him that way. You know, he literally says, they judge me before they know me. And I feel like this Rottweiler person, they've had this experience where people have judged them before they've known them. They have been degraded, devalued, misunderstood, and really not seen for who they truly are. And I think that that has created confusion in terms of who their true self is. And also a feeling of misplaced guilt and shame that is never theirs to carry, never was theirs to carry, that they struggle to let go of now. And the way that they compensate for this guilt and shame is that they almost push away their own power and do things like they're a very giving person. They give a lot of themselves, but sometimes they don't know where the line is to, you know, maybe stop. But also they can kind of forget that they're not in the circumstances that were once so disempowering. Like they have more power now than they used to, and I think they forget that. I feel like at times they can, their inner pain or their inner self-pity could delude them from the power that they have. And I also feel like they have a really hard time understanding themselves because they take the reactions, how people react to them, very personally. And they also do not have a good handle on their true self and the value of their true self and the value and the place that they serve. And I feel like they carry a lot of shame around that, and it's almost painful to look at who they are. But they've grown a lot and they've evolved a lot, and like even then this past self that they're ashamed of is not as shameful as they perceive it to be. I think it's only considered shameful to them because they have a lot of pride about, I wouldn't say being the best, but being the ideals that the childhood version of themselves believe they want it to be. But I think where they've gotten mixed up in that is they haven't recognized that some of the ideals that they wanted to be when they grew up are not the true them, and they only liked them in the first place because they were viewed more positively. I'm thinking of like, I understand this in the sense that if you've ever seen the Mary-Kate and Ashley movie, New York Minute, they play twins, obviously, that have very, very, very different personalities. You know, one is very organized, neat, put together, pristine, and the other is a ball of chaos carrying drumsticks. And when I was young, I viewed my ideal self as the pristine sister, the one that was super organized, the one that had everything put together, the one that was on top of things, the one that was almost type A anal about, you know, being on time, getting things done, having things refined and organized. I grew up to be the other twin. And you know what? Sometimes who we truly are, we can always grow and we can always change, right? But sometimes there are just aspects of us that are just true to us that ideally we wish weren't us, but we can't control. We can maybe bring them into balance, but there are just some aspects of self that, you know, we may try to push away, hide, or deny, or have a hard time embracing or accepting because they're not who we thought we should be, or they don't uphold, you know, a more comfortable, it's a less comfortable thing to be in society, right? And I think that there's just a reckoning that this person is needing to go through where they learn to embrace who they actually are. Like this person, to use another like metaphor or allegory or what the hell ever, English teacher, correct me, what is it? It's like this person's ideal self was a little like teacup dog in a purse, and they're a Rottweiler. You know, they're gonna need like a big ass IKEA bag to be a purse dog. And even then they're gonna need someone strong enough to carry them, right? And it's like they can still be held, they can still be cuddled, they can still be cherished the same way a tiny dog is. But they also have value in ways that tiny dogs don't. You know, they can be an imposing presence, they can make others feel safe, they can have a protective and even intimidating aura that can be very powerful. And so I feel like this person is needing to recognize that just because their authentic self and who they have become is not who they idealize themselves to be and wish themselves to be when they were younger and even now, that they are exactly who they're meant to be, and that is wonderful and that is incredible, and that there's so much still to explore about them. And I wonder if you felt this way in a lot of ways, where you've really admired them for certain qualities that they in themselves talk down about or think are bad, and you will probably be like, no, I love this aspect of you. Like, I love when you speak your mind, or I love when you raise your voice. And you know, like maybe for example this person is loud and maybe they're embarrassed of that sometimes, and you love that. I definitely feel like they unnecessarily diminish their power and have almost convinced themselves that they have a lot less power than they truly do have. Their childhood was very impactful on them, and I feel like they have this tendency to be incredibly hard on themselves. And I feel like there's something about their physicality that they're very insecure about, which, I mean, it's pretty much like everyone, right? If you're not insecure about your physicality in any way, like, I love that for you. Give some to the rest of us. But there's power in learning to embrace that, right? And I feel like there's power, like one place where this person is meant to grow is to embrace their physicality, but I feel like they have compensated for their insecurities physically with a powerful and strong mind, an ability to orate, an ability to speak. Their words have a lot of power, even if they don't have a menacing presence, or even if they're not intimidating physically. It's their aura that's intimidating. They have a powerful way of speaking up. They have grand visions, an excellent leader. They can be a bit dramatic, and they can have a flair for the theatrics. They could even be theatrical, or be in they could be in show business, or have a desire to be a part of that. Maybe they just haven't gone for it yet. But also I definitely think that their authentic self shines either in their written word or in speech. I wouldn't be shocked if this person is the most affectionate or vulnerable in written word to you. So whether that's through text, through letters, or just in a way where they can see their words or prepare them beforehand, it really allows them to express themselves authentically. They're not always the best at expressing themselves in the moment on the fly, but if you give them time to prepare, they will knock your socks off. Like, this is the type of person you would want speaking like at your wedding, or at this is the type of person, if you wanted someone to represent you, would do a damn good job. But definitely they have this tendency to get stuck in self-loathing, in not feeling good enough, and feeling shame for who they are. And it just makes me so sad, because like, who they are is so wonderful, and I think you know that. But there may be this dynamic between the two of you where one, or either just them or both of you, have a hard time sometimes receiving and accepting the love of the other, or the affection of the other, or the generosity of the other, because you feel you don't deserve it. It's almost like there could be a little bit of a holding back with each other, or this person might hold back with you, or might even be a little bit hot and cold with you, because they are afraid of the vulnerability you evoke in them, and afraid of letting go of control. I feel like there's a part of them that deep down doesn't believe that they are lovable as they are, and that makes me so sad. But I feel like part of their journey is to learn that. the fact that we have the North Node here, I do feel like you see this person as someone that was meant to come into your life, someone that you were meant to meet, someone that either brings you closer to your true self, to your destiny, or someone who is following their path and on their destined path. Like, you could see that maybe you've seen them grow from a person who, you know, doesn't have a sense of self to someone who is learning to embrace who they are and embracing the mess and discomfort and fear that comes with that. But you could also just feel like your destinies are aligned, or you bring each other closer to your destinies. If you have opposing North Nodes, that could be really indicative of that, because you guys help bring one another to where you're supposed to go, because you have familiarity, because your South Nodes are the opposite as well. You have familiarity in what the other is trying to achieve. But I also think that this person, they have genuinely such a good heart. And I feel like sometimes they just let themselves be taken advantage of, or even know that they're being taken advantage of, and they don't stop it because they don't want to feel like a bad person. They don't want to be misunderstood, and they don't want to be vilified. It's like they feel like the villain just for existing. They feel like a bad person just for existing. So they almost go out of their way and to betray themselves and to not honor their boundaries because they don't want to be viewed as nasty or mean or uncaring, because they do have such a big heart and they do care about others. But there's also a strong desire for them to be seen, be validated, and be praised and admired for who they are. And I feel like they have a hard time actually receiving that and putting themselves in positions to receive that, because they're afraid to do the scary thing of putting themselves in those positions to even receive that in the first place. And there's almost this like, well, what if I'm seen and people don't like what they see? If I'm not like bending over backwards and giving to other people, maybe they won't like me. I do feel like this person has challenges with not being liked, with being misunderstood. And one thing I will say is that, and I feel like this is kind of a message from their higher self, like, thank you for honoring their authentic self and for seeing them as they are, and for letting them be themselves with you. I feel like they have this awareness that you don't judge them for who they are. And it's really difficult for them to handle that because they're judging themselves. And so even though they know you're not, they have to fight that fear. Like, what if they are? Like, what if I cross the line? What if they see me in a different light? But also, like I was saying, they could come in and out where it's like they really desire connection with you, and the intimidation of being vulnerable with you, the intimidation of not being in control, the intimidation of potentially being rejected, potentially, you know, causing harm to someone they really care about, like, that is scary to them. But I mean, if we talk about what's like the vibe between the two of you, there is an undeniable connection here. I mean, we have romance. Like, there is romance isn't the same thing as love. So I won't say that you guys love each other. You absolutely could, but the potential is there, and there is a vibe. Like, there is something that softens about this connection, that softens the both of you, that is disarming in a way that maybe makes you both want to overcompensate and be protective, because it's almost like you might almost find it suspicious that you're swept up in the energy of the other. The fact that we have this energy here with go beyond karma, I feel like the both of you are consciously either trying to not fall into cycles of behavior you've been with each other, that you've been involved, that have happened between the two of you in the past, or when it comes to the other, you are trying not to repeat mistakes of the past that you experienced with other people. Now, because this is about the person thinking about you and not necessarily you, I do think there's nuance in terms of where these energies belong. I do think the romantic aspects of this connection, like, it doesn't even have to be a romantic love connection. It could just be something where it's like, you know, I feel like romance exists between close friends, you know what I mean? Where it's just like, you just give so much of yourselves to each other, and like just give gestures to each other, and like, it's an act of love even though it's platonic, and it's romantic even though it's platonic, if that makes sense. But I feel like for a lot of you, this is like an actual romantic connection. And with the thinking woman here, this could be a couple of different things. Number one, there could be a woman that is a source of wisdom for the both of you, or an intermediary, or like someone that helps the both of you grow. She could be like a teacher of some kind that has been very influential in helping the both of you connect more deeply. But if one of you is a woman, especially if this person is a woman, then I definitely think that this energy is coming through, that they're thinking about you a lot, whether you're connecting or not. If you're both women, I think you're both thinking about each other a lot. If you are a woman and this person is not, I feel like they're thinking about you, but also thinking about how much you think. There's a meeting of the minds here. And I feel like one thing that's happening is that no matter how this influence applies, both of you are in your heads, but not necessarily, in some good ways and in some not productive ways, in the sense that with this your controlling card, both of you are trying to control yourselves, both of you are trying to stay in control and maybe overthinking things, but at the same time with this Go Beyond Karma card, both of you are trying to transcend beyond the fear that might make you want to control or hold back or be not receptive to the other. There's a deep desire to connect underneath the cool exterior, but you both exude. And I feel like the both of you really get, if this is long distance, I would be not surprised for some of you if that's the case. Like, I definitely think that there could be an intimidating aspect of being together physically, where it just seems like things flow so much more easily when you're able to just talk, and maybe there's fear of making things more permanent and physical, because what if it's not the same? I feel like that could be something you're both thinking about. That's just a specific example, but I could also see this energy being one where there's the desire to connect, but the fear of like looking stupid or being rejected, and even just the subconscious conditioning of maybe the self-sabotaging behaviors and the behaviors that both of you engage in to push the other away, which, like, maybe this is just this person doing it, maybe you're not doing it, just trying to be fair, kind of keeps you both from connecting as much as you'd like. I'm hearing the phrase like, no you, in the sense that, you might be like one of you might be like, well, I wanted to do something, but you took forever to respond. And so I figured that, like, you didn't want to hang out with me and I was hurt by it. But you wouldn't even say that. You would just kind of take that on in your mind and be like, well, maybe they don't care. Like, no, I just need to hold back. I don't want to look crazy. I don't want to look stupid. And I definitely think that if I'm describing this person, but it also sounds like I'm describing you, then I definitely think there's some mirroring components. And I also want to mention that the North Node came out in the dice in pile 2. And when I was in pile 2, I kept wanting to accidentally say pile 3. I think I caught myself, hopefully. But if you're drawn to pile 2, there might be wisdom there. Maybe these energies are mirrored. Maybe you both resonate with these energies in different ways. Maybe they represent the both of you thinking about each other. But I definitely think there is a strategic nature to how you both connect that actually prevents the both of you from connecting as authentically as you could. I definitely think that there is an element of holding back, an element of overthinking, and a desire to go beyond that, but an uncertainty as to how. It's like you're aware of the behaviors you know are inhibiting connection. You're aware of how you're holding back and how you're trying to control things, and you're aware that you don't want that to happen, but you're still waiting to figure out how to move beyond that. And it's almost like you're trying to think your way out of it, and I guess it would be helpful to know that I think it would be better for you to feel your way out of it and soften to what your heart is saying, because this Going Beyond Karma card is really speaking to letting your heart lead, not getting stuck in the way you think things should be, or just patterns of behavior that aren't true to you. I feel like both of you have that dynamic going on, but I will, to give you credit, I do think that this is much stronger with this Rottweiler person. I almost feel like, and here's where I'm going to call you out. Yes, you might just be matching their energy and responding to what they're doing. But they're doing that from a place of fear and from a place of, I don't want to be rejected, and you're doing the same thing. You're matching them. And if you want to go beyond that, you have to be willing to do the scary thing and be vulnerable, or double text even though you're afraid to. Like, what is the worst thing that's going to happen if you double text someone with no response is that your ego hurts for a little bit. Delete one of the texts and then you can pretend like you only sent one. Delete the text at all and they can go out of sight, out of mind. I feel like there is a need for both of you to recognize that the things that you're afraid of happening are actually not as scary or as impactful as they really are. I think what's truly scary is the vulnerability that you both can have with one another, and the potential to be swept up in one another. And I feel like the both of you deeply desire that, but are terrified of it at the same time. And so there's kind of this stop and go, push and pull energy between the two of you. And I do think that both of you might kind of have this idea, well, it's like, you guys might be doing a little bit of looking in each other's yards, focusing on each other's grass that needs to be cut, not realizing yours does too. Like, I feel like you guys could really be saying, well, I only acted this way because you did this. And it's like, well, I only did this because you did that. And it's like, okay, well, you're going to keep going in this circle if you don't reflect on what your genuine intentions are, what is getting in the way of that, and do you have the strength to be vulnerable and soft and accept that the other person's response to that vulnerability and softness is not a critique on you, is not a failing on your part, is not something you need to be ashamed of, but rather just a reflection of their inability to meet you there yet. And who's to say that they can't meet you there? They absolutely probably can. Maybe they are waiting to have that reflected back. Maybe one of you is waiting to take the lead. And you know what? And if the other isn't ready to do that, what you do as a result, I think, is up to you. You certainly don't have to wait for someone to be able to meet you there. But I do think that when it comes to the willingness to be vulnerable and be comfortable with that vulnerability, it takes some people more time than others to open up in that way. And sometimes when you really care about someone, it requires a level of surrender to attachment to how they respond to, you know, those moves of vulnerability or those moves of openness that might not be reciprocated, and recognize just the sheer virtue and value of, I came in with something new. I came in with something genuine. I didn't let my fears stop me. And recognize that, you know, while you don't have the power to control their responses, you do have the power to stay authentic to what's true to you. And I feel like this person definitely wants to be softer. I feel like there is just this, I feel like it's just a tale as old as time, you know, where misunderstandings and insecurities and the fear of being rejected or abandoned creates chaos and even less clarity, and the genuine intentions of the other are muddled by the fears and misunderstandings and individual perceptions that the other isn't privy to. So let's go ahead and see why this person is thinking about you and what they are thinking about. Just to reiterate, we're not doing an extended because I just want to hang out with you guys and not overcomplicate things. So if there are questions beyond why they're thinking about you and what they're thinking about, I'll just ask them here. But if you'd like to support me in other ways to show your gratitude, liking the video, commenting down below, letting the ads play, all super helpful ways, if you're not too mad at me for calling you both out. But I'm okay with you being mad at me if it leads you to more freedom and more self-awareness and the ability to connect in the ways you genuinely desire to. I'll be the bad guy if it makes your life better. Period. Okay. So, Spirit, why is this Rottweiler person thinking about pile 3 so much? We have the 3 of Pentacles. So I definitely think there is the desire to collaborate, but I can't help but come back to this thinking woman card. I really do feel like there is someone that is trying to create more closeness between the two of you, that wants to help both of you be on the same wavelength. Maybe that's me. Maybe I'm doing that right now through this reading, but I do feel like there is more so a a person that is like a mutual friend or someone that you both trust, that knows both of you, knows your hearts, and is kind of being an intermediary to help the both of you see things more clearly, see one another more clearly. And maybe this person pushed you away in the recent past, or is reflecting on the past between the two of you and realizing like, oh, okay, like, I don't think I saw that right. Maybe we can work together. Maybe we can build from this. I definitely see one reason why they're thinking about you. If they're your coworker or someone that you collaborate with, I do think that they could be thinking about you in context of like, is it even appropriate to go beyond? Like, for example, if this hasn't veered into romantic territory, but the vibes are there, they could be thinking about, you know, like they could be, one reason they could be thinking about you is feeling conflicted about, you know, do we go beyond this boundary or do we stay more cordial? But I think that they're also thinking about, I mean, I think why they're thinking about you is because they want to build and work on things, and they also want to show you that they're more than they. I feel like they feel misunderstood by you in ways that are entirely their fault. In the sense that the misunderstandings that you have about their intentions, about their behavior are because they did things that went against their intentions and their desires. And not only did you take those as truth, which is understandable, that's what they're expressing, you shouldn't have to read into every interaction, you also allowed your insecurities to fill in the blanks of what might be going on here. So, for example, you know, something that this person did, this intermediary might have told them, yeah, but when you did that, you know, pile 3 felt like you were saying this and felt like you were communicating this in that behavior. And then the Rottweiler person's thinking, well, that wasn't my intention. My intention was this, but I got scared at the last minute and I did the wrong thing. And they're saying, yeah, okay, so here's what, you know, pile 3 is thinking. I just feel like there's this element of they really want to ground things better with you. They want to be more grounded in their contact with you. And that could be quite literal in the sense that if they are long distance or far away from you, or if you're just not able to spend much time with them in person, it's like, I think one thing that they're trying to build up the confidence to do is to build a better foundation and express themselves more with you. But also, I feel like they really want to be someone you can be proud of and be a version of themselves they can be proud of. I feel like they really want to. I'm hearing Beauty and a Beat for some reason, that song by Justin Bieber. There's like this, because I was hearing the lyrics like, show you off, tonight I want to show you off. And I feel like one thing is like they want to be a person that you're proud of showing off. And they want to be secure enough to be in connection with you. Like, that's a big reason why. And we need to get into their thoughts, because I feel like I'm already going into their thoughts pretty much, but I feel like the why is centered around a Rottweiler, around building a more solid connection with you, building a more solid foundation with you. And if they have anything to prove or anything to rectify, doing right by that, and also creating a level of trust and stability that maybe you guys don't have yet or have not been able to return to. So, Spirit, what is this Rottweiler person actually thinking about pile 3? Yeah, we have the Emperor and the King of Wands. This person is fully admitting that they have issues with control and don't recognize their own power. They can definitely be a little bit prideful. They want to take the lead in this situation for sure. Or if one of you has a much more masculine energy than the other, whichever one that is, I feel like there is an aspect of this masculine energy that feels almost like an immovable force. And so if this person has a more feminine energy between the two of you, they could be thinking about the fact that like it feels hard to, like they almost want to match that masculine energy and they have a hard time being in their softness around you. But if they're the more masculine energy, I do think they're thinking about the fact that they're so much more powerful than they realize, and that they really need to stop being delusional about their power, their attractiveness, their charisma, their ability to like stand in their power, to be attractive. Like, this really gives me just, they have imposter syndrome for sure. I feel like they're stepping into their powers in ways they haven't before. They're very attracted to you, but let's keep going. They have so much that I feel like they want to say. And so that's probably why they're thinking about it so much, is because we've already explored that they're really good when they can get their thoughts out on paper. But there's a lot of pride to them, and a lot of like, I need to play it cool. I need to pretend like I'm not affected. I need to stand in my power. And there may also be this element of feeling like the other person needs to come to them, because if they're the one that instigates or tries to make things happen, there's an insecurity of like, well, what if that person doesn't really want that? So it's almost like, you know, if you feel like you have to be the one always instigating things, they could get a level of security from that, and it could be soothing to their ego to know like, okay, you actually want to initiate things with them, like you also want that. But I feel like it still leads to a level of insecurity where it's like, no, I want them to come to me because that makes me feel more secure. And I think they're kind of recognizing that number one, isn't reciprocal or fair, and number two, is causing control issues that are creating more disconnection. But let's just keep going. What else are they thinking about when it comes to pile number 3, please? What is this Rottweiler person thinking about? Yeah, we have the Wheel of Fortune, which makes a lot of sense. There's a tiny boob. It's a tiny dot, so I feel like it'll be okay, but I'm just gonna... Can't get away from the titty sphinxes. Okay. What else, Spirit? What else is this person? There we go. The strength, more Leo energy. I love Leo energy, but you know what? Sometimes it can be so sure of itself in a way where it is so blatantly wrong. And I think that is something this person has had to contend with. But let's be clear, you are something special in their life and a very significant force and influence in their life. And I think you are a big inspiration for them working on themselves. And I don't think that's necessarily because you're like, you need to work on yourself, you need to grow. I think that you work on yourself in a way that is apparent, and that they can see, and it inspires them. And also, like, I think there are times where you already do take the high road, where you do show that softness. So if you were irritated at me for like telling you to do that and you already do it, don't take your aggression out on me. Just affirm that you're already taking my advice and that was for someone else. Can you tell that I've been the receiver of some unnecessary hostility over things that are outside of my control? But what's in my control is the ability to not take it personally, right? Okay, what else is this person thinking about when it comes to pile 3? Yeah, we have the 6 of Cups. There we go, 9 of Swords. And on the back of the deck is the 6 of Wands. Wow. Like, we couldn't have more straightforward energies. Why they're thinking about you is because they want to continue building this connection, or want to go back to building this connection, and they know that they need to be more solid. You could have quite literally put them in their place and been like, listen, I like you, I care about you, I want to explore this, but like the inconsistency is not okay. And if you haven't said that, you need to. Like, you really need to stand on business, stand up for yourself and be like, listen, like, I want you in my life, but you don't get a free pass to just come in and out whenever you please. Like, please talk to me when you're feeling vulnerable. Please talk to me. Please, like, I would rather there be open communication. Like, speak up for yourself and show this person where your boundaries are, because they might, even if they know better, they might toe that line or push those boundaries, not intentionally to upset you, but to make them feel safer in the face of fear. So just be aware of that. But they're definitely thinking about taking the control in this connection in a way where they let go of control, in a way where they stand in themselves. I keep hearing the phrase stand on business. I don't say that in my everyday life. So I think that is a phrase unique to you or unique to them. or both of you. Maybe it's an inside joke or just something you guys say a lot. I definitely think that this person is getting their strength back. I mean, literally, but also recognizing that the problem in the connection is not you, it's them. And that I feel like they projected this idea that you were less willing to work with them and less willing to be open than you really are. And I wonder if this intermediary helped them become aware of the fact that like they were being unreasonable and not seeing the reality of like, okay, I think you're projecting the fear and unwillingness to go beyond ego here because you are. I definitely feel like in your defense, pile 3, I do think that they sometimes can be blind to their own behavior and how they are a powerful contributor to dynamics, and just assume that like, well, I didn't say anything because they didn't reach out to me, and if they really wanted to talk to me, they would reach out to me. But it's like, yeah, but when you're always the one instigating, that doesn't feel good, right? Maybe that's something that they were made aware of. I definitely feel like they are thinking about the fact that they need to actually live up to the power that they have, in the sense that they need to be aware of it, they need to use it wisely, and they also need to step up into their masculine energy more and take the lead more if they really want things to change. I also think, though, that there is a level of feeling like they're not good enough for someone like you, and they're recognizing that that's not real. That's just their past self coming through. That's their wounded self coming through. This person has grown. They have gained maturity, and they are still doing that. They are still a work in progress. And I feel like they just want to be, I feel like they think they need to be a version of themselves that doesn't exist yet because they need to grow into it. But what they don't realize, what I think what they are realizing that they didn't realize before, is that they're ready now. And that, in fact, they've even just grown a lot in the time that they've met you, even if that hasn't been very long. You know, you don't have to know someone for a long time to learn a lot from them. And the fact that we have the Wheel of Fortune here, not only do they see a lot of value in your connection and in you, not only do they almost feel like they don't deserve to have someone like you in their life. And I feel like they're realizing that you're in their life for a reason, that you provide a lot of value, and that you're a blessing they shouldn't block. And I feel like that they're coming, and it's interesting because what they're thinking about is really more so just processing the wisdom and awareness and feelings that they have, and not letting, because a lot of what they're thinking about is fearful and like uncertain. We have that here with this 9 of Swords. And it is all their work to heal. Like, you can't bolster their self-esteem for them, and if you did, it would be unhealthy. You can't love them for them in a way that will allow them to receive love. Like, you can be as gentle, as loving, as supportive as you possibly can, but at the end of the day, if they're uncomfortable with receiving, if they don't feel good enough, it's going to be hard to be in connection. And I think they're realizing that. And it's quite possible that even this thinking woman is just a therapist or a counselor or someone that has kind of helped get into this Rottweiler person's head, where they realize, like, I'm pushing away a good thing and I didn't realize it because I thought I didn't deserve it, and maybe I need to stop doing that. I also feel like if they have pushed you away, I feel like maybe they wondered if their feelings for you or their desires for you would go away eventually, and that maybe it was just proximity, or maybe it was just because you guys were talking a lot. And I think what they're realizing is even if they don't interact with you, if they don't engage with you, you're still in their heart, you're still on their mind, you're still in their energy, you're still connected. And it's like, even if they want to escape you, the presence of you seems to follow them. I'm hearing another Justin Bieber song, which I will not take Justin Bieber slander on this channel, especially his later albums are so good. Like the song Ghost, like there's a lyric in it that says, if I can't be close to you, then I'll settle for the ghost of you. I wonder if you've had that experience where you've kind of accepted the fact that maybe they don't always show up the way you would hope to, and it might even be confusing because they might come in with so much like force and energy and intention and then pull away so suddenly. And it's almost like this person gets in their head, gets overwhelmed, and is like, what am I doing? I don't want to mess this up. I'm not ready yet. And retreats. It's like half baking a cake and then stopping because they're afraid they're gonna mess it up, or it's not gonna taste good, or you know, they're gonna look like the biggest idiot cake baker to ever exist. I was just like, bro, what? Like, no, that's not a thing. It's only a thing because you're making it a thing. I definitely think that one thing they're recognizing is the fact that they don't need to have so many walls up, and that if they keep these walls up, there's no way to get closer to you and let you in, because what they truly desire is more closeness with you. They want that more than anything. And I feel like they are really uncomfortable in actually receiving that because it is so foreign to them. I do feel like they have not had a lot of healthy experiences when it comes to love. And I feel like a lot of times they have experienced love in ways where maybe it started off very like sweet and gentle and authentic, and then it over time turned manipulative or cutthroat, or it became something that it didn't seem to be. Like, I do think this person has had experiences of people putting their best foot forward and really laying it on thick, like they could have been love bombed in the past. And so, you know, when someone is just genuinely open and expressive and loving, they might feel like, oh, that's going to be taken away, or, oh, that isn't real, that isn't authentic. Like, everybody shows their true self eventually. Like, everybody realizes eventually that it's not all that. And I feel like what they're realizing is that, no, actually, that's just an unhealthy form of love that unfortunately a lot of us are familiar with and have experience with. But that form of love is not a reflection of the receiver's lovability. It's a reflection of the giver's ability to give and receive love in an authentic way. You know, I think sometimes love and power can be confused, and sometimes, you know, when you're in a toxic relationship or in a relationship where you're not in it for the right reasons, you know, when you say I love you, it might really be I love how you validate me, or I love the control I have over you, or I love the way you love me, or I love the way you enable me to not have to work on myself. Like, you know, there are lots of different, like, a lot of times humans use words that are not what the word are, that are not actually what they're feeling and experiencing. It's what they think they're feeling and experiencing, but it's not the reality. And, you know, and they say that, and it is, whether intentional or not, manipulative, because the receiver is receiving it in a way that they think it is and that they feel it is, or that they want it to be. And then when it doesn't turn out to be real, it's like, was that a lie? And I think some of it comes down to the fact that a lot of people don't value the nuance of language and do need to be less flippant with it. But I also think that we can confuse a lot of experiences when we don't have a greater reference. You know, like your first, like I'm sure like your first partner when you're young, like you think like that breakup is the worst, right? And you think like, oh, this is what love is. And then you meet someone else and they expand your idea of love. And there's so many different forms of it and so many different forms of feeling and connection. And you can't know that there's something different until you're willing to let it in and be vulnerable with it. And I think that's what this person is realizing. Like, I need to stop letting my fears and my past experiences get in the way of something that feels new and exciting. And it's like, I feel like the love that you have to give and the type of person that you are in a relationship or just in connection is what this person was looking for in people from their past, and is maybe what these people presented at first, but it never turned out to be real. It always turned out to have an ulterior motive behind it, or be something that was unsustainable, or something that wasn't grounded in authenticity. And so it's almost like you are showing up and presenting as a pattern they've witnessed before, but what they don't realize is that you're the blueprint of what they've desired. Like, you're the real thing. It's like they've seen a lot of beautiful apples that turned out to be just fake decorative ones. And now there is a real beautiful juicy apple in front of them, and they're really way too afraid to bite it because they don't want to be tricked and be wrong, because it's so heartbreaking to not have the juicy fruit, you know? Weird example, but I feel like they do value being in control, and I do think they have derived a sense of self-esteem and sense of power from not letting people in, from not revealing their heart, from not revealing their emotions, but it's left them dry, it's left them yearning, and it's left them actually more vulnerable to toxic types of love because they push it away and push it away, and then they get desperate for it, and then want to believe that that is coming from a genuine place from someone who maybe has ulterior motives. And I feel like with you, there are no ulterior motives, and this person wants to believe that, and I think they feel deep down that is the truth, but they're, number one, so afraid of being wrong, and number two, value you so highly that the thought of being wrong or having to deal with the experience of being wrong is one where they're like, I don't think I can handle that. And there's almost a weariness in their heart where they just don't know if they could survive or take being wrong again, or being hurt, or letting their guard down. And so their ego has been in overdrive trying to keep them safe from that. But I think what they're realizing is that's not helping them, you know, especially with this strength card being here. Like, true strength is not in the strength card is all about recognizing that true strength is not in controlling or oppressing or suppressing others. It is in surrendering to what is, surrendering to the wildness, to the forces that are stronger than us, that are outside of our control, and softening to them and surrendering to them and working with them, being collaborative, being open, and willing to face the fear of coming into contact with immense power and working with it, and not feeling like you need to claim it and take it as yours, but rather work with it, be a part of it, exist with it, admire it, love it, be soft to it. And this person is still learning that. But it's helping them. You know, I think maybe you underestimate the power that you have over them. And I think that they're needing to learn the fact that someone can have a powerful impact on you and you can still be authentic to yourself. I think there's also an undeniable aspect of the strength of the connection between the two of you, how powerful it is, and how it's just almost like, you know, those little magnetic thingies, they're always at crystal stores. Maybe they're like fake hematite, but if you get close enough to them, they just stick together, and they usually make like a really loud noise. I don't know what they're called, but I think you know what I'm talking about. It's like you guys are that, you know, when you're apart from one another, you don't necessarily have to face the magnetic force that pulls you together if you keep enough distance, but once you get close enough, it's just like you just gravitate towards each other and you can't help it. Like, if you guys were in a group, like within a group of people, or even in a crowded room, it's like you almost wouldn't be able to help but be drawn to one another. And even if you were avoiding one another, it's like you would still somehow subconsciously be looking over at the other, be eavesdropping on the other, like checking to see where they are, like feeling them anyway. Like, there's just something so magnetic about the energy between the two of you that it's like who knows what is meant to happen between the two of you, but at the very least, there would be a deep amount of regret and a deep amount of wondering and a deep amount of longing to, at the very least, explore and see what this connection has to offer and what your growth together has to offer. I definitely think with the Six of Cups here, this person does, I don't know if this person believes in like soulmates and things like that, but I do think that they believe like if they exist, like you're probably one of them. The Six of Cups is definitely a soulmate card, but also there's a conscious acknowledgement of you revive their hope that they had as a child. I'm hearing the quote, inside of every cynic is a disappointed idealist. And I think that there is something just so scary about you, because you challenge their cynicism, and their cynicism has been something that maybe they don't necessarily like, but has kept them safe from disappointment in ways that disappointment has really hurt them in the past and broke their heart. And you restoring hope in that and reviving that, it's like, oh, it feels amazing and it feels so good, but it's terrifying. It's like you're conditioning, fighting with where you're being led. And I feel like also this could be a lot more literal, in the sense that they could just desire to reconnect with you if you're not communicating right now. They could desire to connect with you in person if you haven't been together in person for a while. Or, you know, if this is long distance, they could desire to make things more official. Like if you haven't met in person yet, meet you in person. They haven't seen you in a long time, reconnect with you. I feel like no matter what, even if you're communicating with them on a regular basis, seeing them on a regular basis, there has to at the very least be conscious acknowledgement that you guys are holding back with one another, that you guys are not like there is a big ass emotional elephant in the room that you two are not acknowledging and pretending doesn't exist for the sake of pleasantries and the sake of not going in the direction of things that are overwhelming or scary or that feel out of your control. And I definitely think that this person is recognizing that they don't want that to be the case, that they want close connection with you. There's a softness and a sweetness to the both of you where you guys just are able to be in your inner children and be silly and fun and playful. And I think sometimes this person maybe takes themselves a little bit more seriously, especially if you guys are a lot of times around peers or other people. It might be a lot harder to be in that softness, and maybe this person has avoided being one-on-one with you because they're afraid of what will happen if they embrace that softness. But there's an undeniable yearning in their heart for that true tender connection that is just pure and loving and giving, you know. It comes from the same place, like, you know, children, like they love so purely and genuinely and authentically, and they don't have the same inhibitions because the burdens of human connection in life they haven't been here long enough to see how wild, scary, and fucked up shit can get. But even despite that, it is worth it. Well, I guess that's up to every person. In my opinion, it is ultimately worth it, even if it is just for the sake of growing and understanding a new flavor of love, or understanding a type of love you never want to experience, or understanding how to love yourself more fully. Connecting with you is connecting with a part of them that they've sorely missed, that they need to have wholeness within themselves. It's like you help them connect to their inner child, and their inner child is a massive missing piece of the puzzle for them, where they feel like a part of them is missing, a part of them isn't there. And no wonder they struggle with their self-esteem and run on insecurities, because it's the childlike version of themselves that naturally saw their worth and was comfortable with themselves and didn't realize that, like, there might be things that are bad or wrong about them that are truly never bad and wrong about them. It's just, you know, adults being careless and projecting their own bullshit onto children that they've carried, you know. That's the sad thing, is as a lot of adults forget the power that they hold over children, and the power of their words, and the power of even just the smallest disapproval. And I think because you bring them back to this state of childlike authenticity, it feels even more vulnerable, and it's almost like you have that adult power of, like, you could make or break them, you could nourish them or neglect them, and not literally neglect them, but reinforce it's like you have the power to bring about the version of themselves that they always hoped existed, in the sense that, like, being able to be in a type of love they always hope for. But you also have the power to reinforce the wounded protective mechanisms that keep this person trapped from being their true self anyway. But the thing that they don't realize is that you don't actually have that power. I mean, you do, in the sense that you have a very powerful effect on them, but they are still in control of what they choose to do. And I think that it's an example of their disempowerment, where they are acting like how you treat them determines whether they embrace, you know, wounded conditioning or authentic expansion. And I think that's something that they need to be willing to face, to realize, like, okay, it's not your responsibility, pile 3, to bolster and nourish that inner child. I think you do it naturally by just being in yourself and your authenticity around them. I think it's up to them to realize that, like, they have the power to support and nourish that inner child on their own, and that they can believe in the type of love that seems to have the potential to blossom between the two of you before they see it. And I feel like that, like, a big problem is they've wanted to see it in order to believe it. They've wanted to know it's there, when in reality they're not going to know of its existence until they're willing to take steps into the unknown. And I think there's just a lot of fear around that. You bring about so much good feeling in them that they might even forget existed. And the fear of losing that, the reality of recognizing how long it's been gone, and the reality of knowing that they're not in control of how this energy impacts them. They can't map out the path of what happens between the two of you. That's a collaboration, that's a co-creation, that's something you both have to work together on, and that's something that also, you know, you both have to be willing to go into the unknown with that and just do your best and be authentic. And I think there's just a lot of, they are plagued by their fears and worries, and it's almost like if their ego had their way, they would, if they're not already across the world, move across the world and not face this. But their heart won't let them. And I think that there is this magnetism between the two of you that is just undeniable. And I feel like there's this greater truth that when you're truly done with someone, your heart releases them without any resistance. And I feel like both of you have such a big place in the other's heart, and it may not even make conscious sense to you why. Like, neither of you may have even explored the romantic elements of this connection yet, but it's just always been there, and you've always known that, and always known that that potential was there, and always felt it, just because you didn't speak truth to it. But you couldn't know that the other was experiencing that. And also just the amount of, like, intensity it brings, and perspective shifts it brings, and shifts in reality, and shifts in what's possible, and shifts that it creates mentally. Like, it's a lot for one person to take in, and it's a whole other thing to bring it up to the other and talk about it when you haven't, because it's like, what if they don't have the same experience? Especially because that experience can be so intense. If it's not shared, you might feel stupid, you might feel silly, you might feel weird, but those are just feelings, and they're not the truth. And so I feel like this person is really fighting their pride, and they have the solutions to do things differently. I do feel like they want to be successful. They want to be, that makes sense, that Judgment's underneath here. They either want rebirth in this situation, or there's powerful transformation already occurring that will allow them to embrace rebirth. But I guess I just kind of quickly want to shuffle, like, what are this person's intentions towards pile 3 in the near future? They want to make their wishes come true, and their wishes are centered around taking action towards you. So I was actually going to ask, what action do they plan to take, or what action will they take? Okay, so Spirit's so fun when they this is actually really like Aladdin coded, because this guy just made me think of the genie. And you know how, like, Jasmine was into Aladdin as he was, and Aladdin thought he had to, like, be something that he wasn't, you know, instead of pimp his ride, pimp his elephant, you know, just be this prince guy, when in reality he was wonderful as he was, and what Jasmine saw in him was just him, you know. She was not concerned about the formalities and the material aspects of connection. She was turned off by that, disgusted by it, right? And Aladdin thought that he needed to be everything that he wasn't in order to be worthy. And so I almost feel like they're definitely going to hesitate in terms of action, but they're going to be led to it when the time is right. And maybe they won't be the one to take action. Maybe it will be you. Maybe it will be instigation by the universe, or maybe it's something that's naturally flowing already. But I do feel like they are going to let go of this indecision and have no choice but to surrender, because their wishes are coming true, and their wishes are to be connected to you more deeply and to actually let things flourish and blossom between the two of you. And if things have been explored romantically in the past, actually sustain it this time, and actually not let your fears get the best of you, not let. And I feel like one of the things that's shifting here is they're coming to terms with the fact that this is what they truly want. I think they had convinced themselves that they didn't want this, that it wasn't worth it, or that you didn't feel the same. And I feel like there was either a third party that is not like a romantic third party, but an intermediary that we were talking about earlier, that is a trusted advocate on both of your behalves, that put some sense and reality into this person, that help them see, no, you're delusional if you think that like pile 3 doesn't feel the same way, doesn't have those same desires. Like, they're nervous too. And that's the thing, is like, you know, they don't realize that you also care a lot. I bet a lot of the things that I was expressing and talking about, you feel the same way. And you're like, well, I feel that. Well, I experience that. Is this about me? It's probably about both of you, truth be told. And so I definitely think that there's just a powerful opportunity to go beyond that. And I think for them, it's surrendering to their actual desires and letting go of indecision and allowing action to come from a place of authenticity and not a place of strategy or self-protection. Is there anything pile 3 needs to know about this connection, Spirit? Anything you'd like them to know? So yeah, I feel like this is, okay, and we have death on the back of the deck. So there is a powerful opportunity to end self-sabotage and find a better way to communicate and face challenge and discomfort so that conflict doesn't have to happen. Don't look at the situation as winning or losing. You know, even if you're vulnerable with this person and they're not able to match it, don't view that as a betrayal. View that as an, okay, you're just not able to meet me there. That's okay. Now, what you do as a response is up to you. You know, it is not easy to be the one that's vulnerable and have that not be returned. But when it's authentic, it is such an empowering thing to do, because you slowly learn that someone's response to your authenticity is not a criticism or a reflection of the value of what you're offering. It is just a reflection of the other person's ability to meet you there. And what that does is it starts to set you free from acting based upon how you think another person will react, and instead acting from a place of integrity and authenticity, where you free yourself from the prison of trying to mold your behavior to what you think the expectations and comfortability levels of other people are. You're not responsible for the emotional responses of others. You're not responsible for the lack of reciprocity that may occur. And I feel like sometimes, you know, you can stick with something, or sometimes it can be hard to want to stick with that vulnerability and authenticity, even if it's not reciprocated, even if it feels like rejection, but your heart will push you to continue doing it anyway. And that's because sometimes we need to be softened slowly but surely. And so I think that one thing they want you to know is that what you might perceive as rejection or as pushing away or as not being good enough is really how they feel about themselves. And the more you recognize that, and the more you recognize that you're not stupid or foolish for having authentic feelings, no matter how the other person feels, the more empowered you will be to do what is right by yourself, and also know when you don't have to be vulnerable, when it is better to protect yourself, and recognize that like you can be safe in uncertainty, you can be safe in unknown experiences and vulnerable experiences, and realize like that's where your empowerment will come from, you know? And sometimes it takes facing that and being left on red, or not being seen in that way, or not being like having our energy matched, to realize, oh, I can do that and it's still okay. And you know what? I'm proud of myself for doing it anyway, because I stuck to my guns and I stuck to my truth. I did what was authentic rather than what was safe. That is badass behavior, and it takes a lot of strength to do that. And to not have ego investment in how the other person responds to it, oh my God, the bad bitchery is off the charts. Like, that is true strength, true power. And the more you do that, the easier it is for you to just be yourself in a world that just wants you to conform and be small and hide so desperately. And so I definitely feel like you guys seem to be headed, if you both are willing to quite literally go beyond karma, go beyond karmic thought and behavior, and just step into authenticity, love, your truth, to end any cycles of behavior that are just keeping you disconnected and keeping you from the greater goals that you have. And it's also leading, and let's be real, this is not just about you and them and what can blossom between the two of you, or where this will head. It's about yourselves, and about your ability to receive love, your ability to share it without expectation behind it, your ability to just embrace your lovability, to embrace your value, and to embrace the value that comes from sharing your heart and sharing your truth, even if it's not received the way that you hoped for. And I think the thing is I don't even think this person is not going to receive it in the way you hope for, just in the sense that it may take time for them to open up in the ways that you might be more comfortable opening up earlier than they are. It might take them more time, but that doesn't mean they don't feel it, and doesn't mean they don't desire it. And so I definitely think that there is a call here to not let your ego and your insecurities get in the way, where you feel like stupid or embarrassed or ashamed, to bring into the light the truth of your heart, the truth of your feelings, the truth of your desires, because there's nothing shameful about them. They're very beautiful. And whether they're able to be matched in the moment or not, sometimes people need time to process and digest things. So like, for example, I think there is one message here that, let's say you send a big, message to this person. You write a letter to them expressing the depth of your feelings, and it's long and it's thought out and it's vulnerable. This person might not respond for a while. And it's not because they think it's embarrassing or cringe that you did that. It's because it has such a deep, profound impact on them that, number one, they have to process it. Number two, they have to think about, like, even in a letter, like, you don't understand the power of a letter pouring your heart out, in the sense that could shift and move so much within them that they've got to process, they've got to stabilize, they got to rebalance. Okay, I need to do this justice. Okay, what am I going to say? Like, there's so much going on in our internal experiences. Like, your own internal experience is chaotic and nuanced and complex, just like every other person. And sometimes, like, in this world of instant gratification, we're not always going to be, not everyone is prepared to respond in a moment's notice and have the right words. And we've already looked at, this person is very, very attached to how they express themselves. And that is a point of pride and a point of power for them, where they don't want to just say how they feel. They want to say how they feel in the most authentic way. They want to say how they feel in a way that still honors where they're at. They want to say how they feel in a way, like, if you poured your heart out to them in a letter, they might need time to want to do the same. They might not know what to say or what to do. But when they feel that authentic desire, I feel called to ask what would happen if you wrote a letter pouring your heart out to them. But I feel like at the same time, I shouldn't, because that could create attachment to outcome. Well, let me ask this. What expression does this person desire to share with pile 3 that they haven't? The weight of their feelings. Like, they've been carrying so much that they haven't shown you. Yeah, the 7 of Wands on the back of the deck. And they probably used work as an excuse. They've been burdened by how they, like, what they haven't done, in the sense of what they haven't said, what they've left unsaid. And also, they've been left in uncertainty because there is a lot that you guys haven't spoken truth to. And it's very easy for them to convince themselves of the things their insecurity tells them. I feel like there is a lot they want to express, and there's so much. You know how, like, there's, like, when you have so much you want to say to a person, you don't even know where to start, and like and it all makes sense in your head, but the minute you try to say it out loud or put it on paper, it's like nothing's coming out, and it's like all of a sudden your mind is blank. I definitely feel like this person will need time and will be slower to process and express their truths. I feel like you're probably better at getting things out more quickly. I don't know, are you a Gemini Mercury, an Aries Mercury, Aquarius Mercury, Libra Mercury? I don't know, Virgo Mercury? I definitely think no matter what, you either have an ability to speak truth quickly, or the way that your mind processes communication, you're just able, or maybe Pisces Mercury, because you could just almost like channel. I'm just gonna list every Mercury sign and then I'll be correct no matter what. You just have this ability to pull through your heartfelt emotions in a way that not everybody has that ability, and to do it so eloquently too. Like, that's a skill. Your person, they have eloquence to them, but they have to craft it. You just share it freely, which is cool. It's kind of the similar thing of like what I do here. I can't prepare, I can't, beyond like making a plan, it just flows through me. It's because something greater is flowing through me. I don't have all this awareness on my own. Like, I'd certainly learn from it, but something greater flows through me when I sit down and I do this, and it's such a magical, special, beautiful thing. But I have that experience not just in channeling, but like, if I'm speaking from the heart and just all of a sudden something overcomes me and I say something, or I'm doing something creative, like sometimes things just flow through us. And I think for this person, there is a level of resistance to allowing spiritual flow because they are so reflective and critical and like analytical and just wanting to do things right, that they haven't learned how to let that flow more authentically yet. But I also think that they have a revisionist mind. They need to do a first draft. So I definitely think patience is required with them in this unfoldment, and recognize that just because things don't happen in a timely manner or happen at a pace that is less than ideal doesn't mean that things aren't happening. Because one thing that I think is like, even though they may not be on the timing schedule you hope, I feel like when they share themselves authentically, and I do feel like it will be either in writing or in a speech that they've prepared or something like that, it will fucking blow you away and will be so meaningful, and honestly will knock you on your ass in a way where you're like, holy shit, I was so wrong. Wow, I was actually delusional. And like, I feel like it will shock you the ways in which you didn't realize that either they reciprocated things or they felt even more intensely than you did, or that, when you were having this like intense experience, they were having this intense experience, and that in fact they have, like, there's so much more going on than you realize that they just didn't have the courage to share. And for you, it's like, I knew some of that was there, but I didn't realize all of it. It's like the iceberg. You might have known that there was, there was more there than you could see, but you didn't realize that that iceberg was like Titanic sinking size. You know what I mean? Oh, so cool. Really love this reading. Definitely really curious to know how you take it. So we're going to go ahead and finish off with some final guidance for you and just see what Spirit wants you to know. So to start, we have material and spiritual prosperity. So I feel like this is a less of a guidance card and more of a acknowledgement, completely irrelevant to the situation. I do feel like you could be receiving more money soon, or if you have been shifting your mentality to be more abundant, I do think that is helping you bring in more abundance. But there's guidance to look at how willing you are to receive and how willing you are to accept receiving and also accept giving without expectations of receiving. I don't feel like you're not a giving person, but I feel like when it comes to some of the most genuine action you could take, you don't do it out of fear that it won't be reciprocated or that you'll look stupid or like you'll care too much. And I feel like that's where Spirit is really saying that is a gamble worth taking, because not even if you don't get a return that you were expecting, you will receive more than you could ever imagine, whether it's in fortitude or awareness or wisdom, or just in receiving in return that same authenticity you were desiring in the first place. I definitely think in general you could be getting some sort of help or some sort of raise or some sort of promotion, and that may have nothing to do with this reading. But what could be related to this reading is in the sense that valuing yourself enough to risk rejection, to put yourself out there, to see your worth, to see your value, could lead you to opportunities and to doors that you thought would never open for you. And also, I think it leads into this situation because at the core of what this situation is talking about, both of you have so much more power and value than you truly realize. And this connection is trying to awaken both of you to the reality that you are already so lovable, you are already so worthy, you already deserve so much, I want to cry, and that you deserve to receive that love in the form of another person. But you shouldn't wait for that love to show up before you start recognizing it in yourself, advocating for it, and showing the world like that you don't even need to receive it in order to recognize you're worthy of it and that you have it. I feel like the more you embody it, the more you'll receive it. The more you give it, the more you'll receive it. And in fact, like, I'm gonna repeat it again, the biggest gambles, the ones where you really put your heart out on the line, where you really make yourself vulnerable, will be the ones where you will get the most valuable returns and the ones you don't expect. And they may not always show up in the way that you expect them to. They may not be what you pictured happening. They may not be what you thought would happen. But sometimes the value of what is returned is not seen until later. So trust the process here. I feel like that is important. We also have your dreams need a practical plan. And so I feel like more than anything, if this situation has been very distracting to the point where you've had a hard time focusing on your material world, I feel like this reading came through for you to give you more confidence in yourself and recognize that this situation with this person is not separate from the other lessons in life you are learning. And I think that one of the things that you're being called to do, your call to action, is to look at where you're denying opportunities to let love in. And I'm not even talking about romantic love. I'm talking about loving yourself up enough to advocate for yourself, loving yourself enough to care for yourself in ways that you don't necessarily always want to, loving yourself enough to be honest with yourself about where you can take more risk or create more security for yourself, and loving yourself enough to do the things for yourself you know that you don't need another person to do for you, and to love yourself enough to put yourself in situations where you don't know if you're going to receive that love back, but knowing that your heart is the experience of receiving that and the experience of that genuine connection is worth the uncertainty and the fear involved in putting yourself out there in the first place. I also feel like this is talking about things that have nothing to do with like this relationship, and more so I wonder if in some way this connection is causing you to escape your reality, or it's so distracting that you're having a hard time focusing on your reality. And so I do hope if that's the case, this has given you some sort of clarity that will just help you focus on your reality more and have more security and confidence in yourself and on the things that you need to address and you need to do. But also, if you want this person to be in your life in a more active way, think about how you can make that happen. You know, where do you not have room that you can make space? You know, act as if it already is. Like, think about it, you know, because sometimes we can build something up in our heads and not even realize how the reality of it is overwhelming, and it's almost like it feels safer in our minds. So think about, okay, well, if what I'm desiring with this person was actually here, how would I behave? How would I see things? And really almost challenge yourself in mental scenarios and see, where's my fear in that? Where do I want to turn away? Where do my actions say I'm not ready to let love in? And I'm not talking about just romantic love. I'm talking about love in general. And love comes in so many forms. And one of the ways in which I think you're ready to let love in that you haven't before is a shift in behavior where you don't go easy on yourself, where you know that you could be doing more to support yourself and set yourself up for success. I feel like there are things like setting up a different schedule for yourself, or having the courage to ask, you know, a boss or something, hey, can I change my schedule? Or hey, I'd really like to be interviewed for this position. Loving yourself enough to accept the risk of rejection so that you can actually have the experiences and fulfill the dreams that your heart has been pushing you towards anyway. Loving yourself enough to go into the unknown and know that no matter what happens, you're just as worthy, you are just as precious and special as you were before you went on that journey. Now you just have more wisdom and the rewards that come from taking those risks. I definitely think that there's also just a level of whatever you're wanting to achieve with this person, pay attention to what in the physical reality needs to shift in order to receive more of that. So, you know, maybe that is moving.Maybe that is clearing out clutter in your space to allow them to have, you know, room. You know, if maybe they start coming over all the time and so they want to leave stuff there, you know, if there's no room for them, how can you make room for them? You know, how would your actions and schedule be different if they were a more consistent part of your life? You know, where are the areas of insecurity that you want to hide from them? Like, what are the things that you feel shame about that you don't want them to see about you? And are those things that are genuine problems that you could, you know, improve upon? Or are they things that you need to release shame for and recognize that you're just human? You know, an example would be farting. You know, you can't stop yourself from farting, but yeah, you can go into another room and be more respectful. But if you're ashamed of the fact that you have bodily functions, that's an internal thing to address and to recognize, like, we all fart. It's fine. Like, you know, but there are better ways to do it than others, you know, if you have to go in another room. But you might find that you guys have the type of connection where the louder and raunchier, the funnier and closer it brings you together. Bodily functions do that sometimes. And I think that there is a need to differentiate between things that can be improved upon and grow upon, that you can grow, areas for your own growth, and areas where you need to surrender the shame around it, because it's just part of your humanity, part of being human, and part of being loved is being willing, is accepting the fact that you can't always put your best foot forward, and that, you know, the person that truly loves you doesn't want your best foot. They want both your feet. They want all of you and the truth of you. And that is what just cements the power of that love, because you realize, oh, I'm lovable even though I'm not perfect. I'm lovable even though I might mess up. I'm lovable just as I am, and that in fact I can have someone by my side as I grow and improve in the ways that feel good to me. We also have community. I know I've been dragging on and on, but I, number one, don't want to leave this energy, and number two, there's just so much to say. I really want to read it though. So it's number 8. Belonging, being seen and understood by others, like-minded connections, a sense of family and friendship, knowing your place in the world. This card signals a new affiliation with a group. Humans are social creatures, and we need to know we are useful to our families and communities. In a community, everyone has an important function and feels I matter. Membership in the group involves a sense of belonging, of kinship, and of purpose that comes from working together for the greater fulfillment of all. Perhaps you are part of a spiritual community or an artistic one. Perhaps you are in a learning community where you share your love of education. Regardless of its form or focus, your community brings you joy. You will be inspired by it and want to contribute to it. Your contribution may be as small as showing up or as large as becoming its leader. No matter your position in the group, your presence is needed. And so I feel like this even goes into loving yourself, in the sense, loving yourself enough to be vulnerable within community with others, loving yourself enough to experience the vulnerability that comes with going into new spaces and being around new people and being part of different dynamics, and recognizing that you don't have to be exactly like the group. You bring value to every space you come into. And with the relationship message, we have, you're discovering the essential qualities that you share with another, and perhaps also those you don't share. There are times when you follow and the other person leads, and times when you lead and the other person follows. The appearance of this card points to the importance of learning the proper dance between you and another. I mean, this is that push and pull energy, but just learning to use it in a healthy way, and recognizing when that push is coming from a place of fear, and instead learning to flow. Importance of learning the proper dance between you and another. Accepting the truth that everyone has flaws is part of that dance. Yet you are being asked to be aware of the dynamics that you don't want to repeat. I should have just read that instead of yapping. You're in the perfect place to make changes in order to experience the best version of who you can be together. And I mean, that's so affirming, because it's already what we talked about. And I feel like more than anything, one of the most empowering things that I think vulnerability will bring about with you two is the recognition that you were always ready, you were always acceptable, you were always good enough. You just had to be willing to let that happen and be willing to be open to it. But finally, we have surrender to non-action. Now is the time to be still and not act. Simply breathe and focus on your own power. Let others come to you. And I think that's really powerful, because this guidance already seemed to be focusing on just what you needed to work on, what you needed to focus on in your own world individually. Because I feel like even like focus and energy and intention on that will help move this connection in ways that help it flow. But also, we already looked at the fact that this person seems to like when you come to them. And I do think part of taking your power back is also, you know, of course you can take action when it feels right and aligned. But if you don't feel called to do anything, if you feel like the ball is in this person's court, let that happen. If you're unsure of what to do, don't do anything. Wait for inspiration to strike. And, you know, sometimes it's just a matter of letting things flow, you know? Let go of the need to know what is happening in that, and let go of the need to be right and feel like you have to have everything figured out. Just let things be, and trust what your intuition has already told you. Trust what your heart has told you. Keep your focus on what you can consciously control and what you know you need to be working on, and where you know that you have room for growth, and everything will unfold as it will. But that doesn't mean you need to push away thoughts of this person or like the energy of this person unless it becomes debilitating or it feels unhealthy or it doesn't feel supportive. Then I would you know, push it away or do whatever you can to kind of not be sucked into that. But if it feels good and just like feeling their energy or just thinking about them feels good, brings you comfort, the only thing that you need to do is not resist it and let yourself be in that energy, because there's wisdom in that, and you deserve those good feelings. And I feel like even just being in those good feelings can maybe make it easier to embrace vulnerability when you feel the desire and have the intention to do so and share it with them. Wow. Pile 3. My throat is getting sore, but this was a beautiful reading, and I'm so glad I did it. I'm so glad you two exist, because this was just, food for my brain, and I loved every minute of it. Thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background. That is one of the simplest and easiest ways to show support and appreciation for my channel, so thank you to everyone who does that. If you would like to support me in other ways, you can like this video, you can comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already, and click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. You can check out my merch, you can check out my social media, you can check out my candles. Be sure to use code ASO10 for 10% off. But if you're watching this when I first upload, there may be a Black Friday code, so check out the community page for that just in case if you want an extra discount. Like, comment, subscribe, all of that is really helpful. Thank you to everyone who does that. You can check out other videos, you can compliment me on my excellent cleavage. But yeah, I think that's all I have for you guys. So thank you so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, Pile 4. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the French Bulldog and the Amazonite Palm Stone, this is going to be your reading on who is thinking about you and why. just a little heads up, I just finished pile 3's reading and it was an hour and 40 minutes. I saw the time and couldn't help but be like, holy shit. Did not intend for it to be that long. So if my brain is scrambled or I say the wrong thing, I would appreciate some grace. I'm still going to give it my all and give you the best damn reading I possibly can. But just, these are ending up being longer than I was anticipating. And I have no problem with that. But as a result, my brain is a little less than, I'm at like 85% rather than 100. Anyway. Full breakdown of the reading is in the intro, but we're going to start by looking at who is thinking about you. We already started that by you choosing the French Bulldog. And then we're going to look at what the current dynamic between the two of you is. So if these things resonate, you found the right pile. If they don't, I would try another. If you find yourself, there might be value in watching the video anyway, because it could be mirroring aspects. But if you don't want to hear about yourself, which I feel like a lot of you don't, just pick another group. Okay, so we have the French Bulldog, sociable, keen, adaptable. We have the Scribe, preserving knowledge and information is the light attribute. And the shadow attribute is altering facts or plagiarizing others' work. We have Sagittarius, Mercury in Sagittarius. And we have the 8th house of intimacy. Okay. And then in terms of the current dynamics between the two of you, we have Grace. Great, because I was hoping you would extend some towards me, because I don't know, a lot of things to say tonight. Very powerful readings though. Don't regret a single one of them. That's why I don't time my readings, because sometimes I got like the universe has got a lot to say and it can't be succinctly put in 30 minutes. Time isn't real anyway. Vibes are. We have the Angel of Balance. We have codependency and mask on. The false self is being projected to the outside world. Okay, so I definitely wouldn't be surprised. I definitely feel like this is someone that you're either in a relationship with, in a situationship with, or in an intense friendship or just intense connection with in general, or intense family connection. Like, this is somebody that who is likely currently in your life. There's a possibility that they wouldn't be, but I feel like even if they're not, it's because you guys are taking space from one another. And it's not necessarily something that brings either of you joy, but something that is a necessity to bring about clarity and autonomy. This person is somebody who has a way with words, which is really interesting because it's been kind of a theme in some of the readings, but they've all been very different. So I guess today we just got the wordsmiths. But I feel like more specifically, this person could literally be a writer or be someone who is just in academia or scholarly, but also someone who necessarily doesn't always use information for the best purposes, in the sense that, like, I feel like they could hold on to a lot. Like, they could hold on to history, and at times they might not always remember everything as accurately as it happened, but still hold on to it as truth, especially with Mercury and Sagittarius being in there, because I love Sagittarius energy, don't get me wrong, but sometimes Sagittarius energy is so sure that it's correct, there's no reasoning with it, and it's just like with peace and love, you are so brilliant. How can you be so close-minded on this? So I do feel like there is an aspect of this person where they are typically on the mark. They typically have an expansive mind and an expansive awareness, but sometimes there's just a perception or opinion that may be clouded by an insecurity or a blind spot or a subconscious belief that they have yet to recognize may not be the truth. And then also just the fallibility of our human memories. They might really attach to an idea of how things occurred that didn't actually happen that way. Ooh, before I forget, we also have to roll the Astro dice just to get any more confirmation. And with placements, this person doesn't have to have these placements. It's more about energy. So if they do have those placements, take it as extra confirmation. If they don't, that doesn't mean it's not your reading. It just means that the placements here are expressing energies they embody. If it resonates, it's for you. Okay. So we have the 8th house again. So 8th house is really important We have Cancer energy. I had to resist the urge to say, I almost said 69. But, you know, call a spade a spade. It is Cancer energy, though. And we have Saturn. So Saturn rules, Capricorn is ruled by Saturn. So Capricorn energy could be significant. This person could have daddy energy to them because the Saturn is the father planet. But actually we have the mother and the father here because Cancer is the sign of the mother. It has very motherly vibes. So you could literally both be parents and married or in a relationship. This person could be a parent in general or be someone who takes on a lot of responsibility. I definitely feel like they're a hard worker. If they're not in academia, they're still somebody who never stops learning. Like this is somebody who loves this is a person who loves like hardcore history. Like they can listen to a 6-hour podcast about history. I wanted to say it's me, I'm bitches. I'm not this energy, but I can listen to a 6-hour podcast about history, and so I respect that mental grind. But I just feel like they are someone who loves learning in general, loves growing, and they could also be from a different culture than you. They could be very different from you. In fact, take it as extra confirmation if you met this person when they came to your country, or you met them as a result of them learning your language or your culture. Of course, it could be vice versa, but I definitely think that this person has a bit of wanderlust. They love traveling. They love experiencing new cultures. And I definitely feel like this person is more of a traveler than a vacationer. One aspect in which we are different. If I'm traveling somewhere, bitch, I want to relax. Like, I'm happy to go see things, but it has to be afternoon. Like, period. I want to sleep. It's not a vacation if I can't sleep. Whereas this person, like, they will wake up early and suffer physically if it means learning something, seeing something. They're definitely someone who is motivated by experiences, by higher learning. Like I said, I wouldn't be shocked if they're in academia or they have, you know, a lot of degrees or the desire to do that. And even if they're not, and truthfully too, this could be the type of person who would go back to academia but doesn't like the stifling political nature that academia can sometimes has. It's almost like for some of you, this person could know that they would thrive in that environment. Like they would know how to play the political game of academia. They would know how to, like, they could thrive in that environment. But for a select few, I just get this vibe that this person has like this greater ideal against pigeonholing their awareness or like constricting their consciousness, constricting their learning, and constricting their environment to only what's socially acceptable in those circles, which, respect. I get that. I could see why that's there. This is an intense person, and they don't half-ass anything. This is also somebody who's really good at knowing what to say, but even then, they still know how to deliver it in a way that is true for them. But they're very good, like, in the shadowiest aspect, which I don't really think this person is like this, but they could be, like, the potential is there. They could, if they were more interested in power, they would be really good at being a politician or being a leader in business, or like they could talk the talk and convince anyone of anything. And I think that this person has a level of integrity and emotional investment in their truth, and there is an earnestness to them. Like, they're not fake by any means, but they have the ability to be strategic about how they share that truth and how they deliver it, like what is going to be the most effective form of delivery. And I feel like in certain ways that they have learned how to be so pleasing to others that at times they may deny themselves the full range of emotion or deny themselves their humanity, in the sense that, like, they're allowed to be flawed, or they're allowed to deliver a message and it not be the most digestible. They're allowed to be stubborn. They're allowed to be wrong. But let's be real, this person doesn't ever think they're wrong. And I think even if they realize they're wrong, it's like, okay, yeah, I was wrong about that, but I was right about this part. And truthfully, deep down, I kind of figured there was something. Like, this person can only like half ever admit that they're wrong, like with peace and love. And I mean, to be fair, they do have an expansive, they are somewhat self-reflective, but I think a lot of their self-reflection is related to what they're learning about and what they're discovering. I feel like, but they also have higher ideals, and they do have an important concept of truth. It's just that sometimes their truth does not match the truth of others, and that can lead to misunderstanding and conflict when it does not match. But this person, very fun to talk to, I'm sure is excellent at trivia and full of fun facts. I feel like they can talk to so many different people. Like, this is the type of person who can show up to a party and know absolutely no one and leave with so many new friends. They're a likable person. People like this person, and they genuinely like other people too. Like, this is definitely not a judgmental person. I feel like they kind of assess people in the form of like, how different are they from me? Like, can I grow? Can I learn? Like, they will always be drawn to people that are very different from them, or know something, or are just foreign to them, and that doesn't have to be literal. Like, for example, you know, if they're a really type A person, they would be really drawn to someone who's very type B, just because they would be fascinated by that way of living, and like, okay, how do you think about things? And like, they're definitely interested in the process of how other people think, how other people learn. Of course, their version is the best, they would say. And I must say, I'm feeling excited to look into their thoughts, because I imagine this person does have a lot of interesting thoughts. And I think the one thing is, though, is that when this person loves, they love hard, and they don't let people in easily, but once they do, there is a level of passion and intensity and intimacy that can be quite intense, that can be very, that can make one very vulnerable. And it can also just be something that can be messy, because it is a level of nakedness and sharing and connection that is deeper than, you know, some people are even willing to share. It's like, this person doesn't let people in easily, but once they do, it's kind of like now you're part of this forever club in this person's heart and mind, where like they've connected with you on the most genuine of levels, where it's like, okay, you've seen the things that I don't let anyone else see. We've had experiences together that are messy or chaotic or, you know, toxic. But I feel like the thing is this person is never intentionally toxic. I feel like they always have good intentions in their actions. I need to change this. I realize this is not symmetrical. This is not balanced, and I just messed up that. So now I gotta fix that, because it's gonna bother me. They could also be a bit of a perfectionist, because I've never had to actually get up to do that. I definitely think that, like, if they're not interested in something, if they're not interested in someone, they're not rude, they're not judgmental. It's just they're not drawn to it. They're not going to try to please and impress someone that they don't really care about or that they don't really like. But they're also not going to go out of their way to be mean or judgmental. Like, they're just not even going to give it much thought. But I can see that if there is an ulterior motive, like learning about something or gaining some sort of hidden knowledge, gaining some sort of access. Like, for example, this person, if anyone could find themselves in the most secret of societies, it would be this person. Like, they just have this ability to, and I don't even think this is very conscious, but be drawn to the people that are in the know, that bring them awareness and knowledge that they couldn't have strategically obtained. But it's almost like it's some sort of intuitive gift where they are attuned to knowledge. It's actually really cool. This is a smart cookie. Let's be real. This is a smart cookie. And And they're someone who's always learning and always growing. And I think one really big thing for them is that I feel like this is someone who doesn't really do a lot of casual connection. Maybe they do when their heart is healing and their heart needs space. Like they might explore casual connection, but I feel like even then it's just a passing, fleeting fancy. I feel like this person really is kind of an all or nothing person in general, where they can't fake their passion. And when it comes to connection, especially romantic connection or just intimate connection, like connection with people they love and care about, which I think you are one of those people, it is a situation where like there are no barriers, there are no secrets. Like they want to be like naked. I mean, literally, I mean, I think they do have quite a sexual appetite, but you may not be sexual with them. But there is a level of, I guess it just depends. There's a level of intimacy in their real relationships where if they can't be themselves, if they can't be messy, if they can't be just like, if they can't show the darkest parts of themselves, and this isn't like if you don't love me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best. This is just more of a like, you know, the intimacy of like people seeing you at your worst, seeing you at your most vulnerable, you know, like the people that you trust to take care of you when you're sick, the people that you trust with your darkest secrets, the person that you would go to when you need to hide a body. Like I would like, and they would actually be really effective at that because they would know like what the best soil is and the weather. Like this person has probably thought about, hypothetically, if I ever had to hide a body, how would I do it and what would I do? It's like, I wouldn't want to do it, but if a body were brought to me, I would know what to do to help out like my homies. Interesting. I also just feel like there is an aspect of this person where they could be very dapper. Like they could have a very dapper sense of style, or just a very like, they could have a dark academia aesthetic or like a preppy aesthetic. Or they could have one that changes based on their like current interests and what they're discovering and exploring. I definitely think that they are just a knowledgeaholic. They be listening to podcasts that are interesting to them. They're always reading books. They're always learning, and it's not something that's like snooty, that they're like, oh, like I'm smarter than you because like I read books. It's just a natural hunger and thirst for knowledge and to explore the world and see things in new ways, and it benefits them greatly because they have learned. Like this is a charismatic person, and it's not necessarily in terms of like they're just naturally charismatic, but just there's an endearing aspect of their nature that makes even people that don't want to like them come around to them, because it's like they're not malicious. They don't do the things that they do for the sake of appearing a certain way or putting on an image. They do it because that's what they want to do. That's what they're interested in. And I feel like with this person, they don't let go easily. There's an element of them where they invest in their connections like hardcore. And so they may take a while to open up to someone or let someone in, but once they do, pushing them away or ending things or acting like they are not important or significant is very challenging for this person. And I definitely feel like for a lot of you, this is a romantic relationship, but like for many, like no matter what, I feel like you have an intense relationship with this person where, you know, you couldn't just cut one another off. I feel like even if, like, let's say, for example, this is a romantic relationship, even if you decided to take the romance out of it, I think you would always be friends, or at the very least, like, think highly of one another, care about one another, and maybe even, like, come around and check on one another. Like, there would always be a place in one another, in your hearts for one another, and there would always be, like, there's kind of a forever homies type of vibe here where it's like we might not always see eye to eye. You know, this might not always be the healthiest thing, but there's an earnestness in the both of you when it comes to your connection, your relationship, your friendship, whatever it is with each other, that you both value, and you do both value each other. I do feel like when it comes to the current energy between the two of you, now this is where it gets really interesting, because I feel like something has occurred between the two of you, and whether it was a long time coming, whether it was a tower moment that led you both to this awareness, or whether it was a conscious decision to maybe slow down or create some barriers, it definitely seems like the both of you are trying to uphold a dynamic that is healthier and less codependent. Now, the efficacy in which that is being implemented, I think, is debatable. The fact that we have the Angel of Balance here, I feel like there is a mutual prioritization of honoring self and honoring what is best for you both as individuals first, and creating some balance. But I do feel like there are unresolved feelings and an extreme amount of discomfort in this process, because I do feel like there was a level of security and comfort in the enmeshment that y'all had with each other. It was like, it's almost kind of like, you know, intimacy for the both of you is like, there are no secrets, there is no distance, there is no you and me, it's just we. And I think you both have realized like that isn't necessarily always the healthiest thing. Like, you can be we in a lot of ways, but sometimes you need to be you, me and you instead. And I feel like maybe the both of you right now are walking on eggshells, or maybe not acknowledging the challenge and upholding the decisions that you've made, and upholding the pursuit of having a healthier dynamic with each other. And I think you both are just doing your best and holding a lot of space for one another. If the realization that there needed to be better boundaries, that there needed to be a little bit more of separation, in the sense of like, we're just not so like fully in each other's shit, that, you know, we have a healthier dynamic. Because like, one thing I'm seeing here is it is quite possible that the both of you were heavily dependent on one another, or lost sight of yourselves, and instead just became this mutual entity that, you know, has some value, but erased your sovereignty and both of your sovereignties and selfhood. And I think that neither of you want to have an unhealthy dynamic, or argue with one another, or be in a position where, you know, you guys aren't happy with each other. And so you both have chosen to do the hard thing and try to course correct and make the dynamic healthier. But I feel like, depending on what the wake-up call was that things needed to be course corrected, I think is impacting the both of you. And what I mean by that is, you know, if, let's say, like, best case scenario, this awareness was you guys had a healthy, mature talk, and we're like, okay, I don't think our level of connection, or the way we're connecting right now, is truly healthy. I feel like we need a little bit of space from one another, just to breathe, just to have more sovereignty, just to not be so codependent. And in this case, the challenge is that I feel both of you have a desire to throw caution to the wind and go back to that comfort place of enmeshment. And so the both of you are really, I think, trying to put on a brave face and not admit that, because I feel like, number one, maybe that desire would lead both of you to fall back on that, and number two, there's this awareness that you both value each other and value having a healthy relationship over doing what's comfortable. But it is really uncomfortable, and as a result, it is creating a little bit of disconnection, in the sense that both of you are putting on a brave face and putting on a face that is, this is fine, this is good. But I feel like both of you miss the level of security that the enmeshment brought the two of you. Now, if the scenario that made you both aware that you needed to have a little bit more, have a little bit less dependency on the other, was jarring, was full of conflict, or happened in a messy or painful way, I do think that the both of you right now have unresolved feelings about it. You might have hard feelings about it. You might, and especially if one of you was the one to kind of instigate this, or if it happened in a way that was really jarring to one of you specifically, there might be some like feelings of resentment, or on the extreme end, feelings of resentment, not towards each other, but towards the situation happening, and resentment that there has to be this level of fakeness. But it's not fake. It's just kind of like, I do feel like there is this, whether it's like, I don't think it's consciously acknowledged, but I feel like both of you might have unresolved feelings around these changes. You might be having a hard time handling it and feeling like you can't really talk about it, either because you don't want to make the other person feel bad. You may not know, you might fully believe that the other person is thriving and like it's best for them, so you don't want to maybe admit that you're struggling. But this mask could also have to do with unresolved emotions about how this wake-up call happened, how this change needed to happen. And it seems like the both of you are just trying to forgive, especially if it was painful, and move on and just have grace for the situation. But it might be something where it keeps coming up and kind of bothering one or the both of you. And I feel like right now you both are just trying to accept these changes and do what you both know is right, and know what is self-honoring, even though it's uncomfortable, even though it's scary, and even though there might be unresolved pain or emotion around how these truths came to light. And I also think that, for example, let's say this wake-up call was bad enough that you guys chose to break up or chose to go your separate ways for a time. I think that both of you could be putting on a brave face. I think both of you could be missing one another a lot. But I think there's also awareness of, I feel like whatever did happen, you either came to a mutual agreement, or one of you is very passionate about what to do and the other respected and accepted that. And I think that there is a great amount of respect, love, and compassion for the other, where I feel like both of you feel a little bit like there's things that are unresolved and feel a little bit unseen and misunderstood. Maybe not misunderstood, but you just feel like there was a level of visibility when you were enmeshed with one another where it just feels a bit weird to not be fully transparent with the other about what's actually going on and what you're experiencing, especially in the moment. Because I wouldn't be shocked if you and this person have this dynamic where you could literally just, anything could be brought to the table at any time, and there doesn't need to be a concrete answer. There doesn't need to be any advice given or anything that's fixed or changed. It's just, this is what I'm experiencing and this is what is happening. And I think both of you care about each other's experiences, and I feel like maybe there's a level of overcorrection where you're not being fake, but you're not really revealing how you're actually feeling and what's actually going on, because you don't want to mess up the other person's progress. You don't want to fall back into a dynamic that both of you doesn't work. Like, there's a common desire here to connect in ways that are healthy, because both of you value the connection, both of you value the presence in each other's lives, and you know that like you don't want to have a type of relationship or connection that is toxic or codependent. You want to connect as healthily as possible, and you want to preserve and maintain the relationship that you guys value. And so I think that there's just growing pains with that, and I feel like there could be some overcorrection in the sense that you might be revealing less than you could if you wanted to. I feel like there's just this kind of, you're adjusting to a new normal, and neither of you really know what is technically healthy for that normal and what is aligned with the goals and ideals and changes you've intended to make. And so I feel like there's just this kind of awkward thing that both of you are in, where things are not the same because they can't be in order to stay connected, or in order to stay friends, or in order to stay in a relationship. But there's a lot of unresolved emotions and uncertainty around, okay, well, what is going to work and what isn't? Is this a transient experience, or is this a new normal? And I feel like both of you really value transparency with one another, and have valued just like the complete openness that was there with each other. And so I do think there's a bit of weirdness that you guys are trying to figure out. And I feel like, but I have to give both of you so much credit because like you guys are handling this with a lot of grace. And I do feel like even if whatever happened was painful or was driven by conflict, there's a lot of forgiveness for the other. I feel like if anything, you're struggling to have grace for yourselves. And I feel like there could be a little bit of on both of your parts, like independent shame that things weren't corrected more quickly, that you guys didn't catch on to maybe what was unhealthy about your dynamic sooner. And I think there's just this like, I don't want to go back into a dynamic that I know is unhealthy, but I hate the level of disconnection that we have right now. I feel like some of it isn't really disconnection. It's more so processing things on your own and making decisions from your own individual places and kind of navigating this connection instead of a place of we, from a place of you and me. And I think you both are just learning and in that process of learning and growing and trying new things, and it's uncomfortable. But I think what's really beautiful is there's a lot of mutual respect for each other. And I think the fact that you both care about whatever type of relationship / connection you have more so than the status quo and staying comfortable really just goes to show how much you truly value and care about one another, and the malleability and potential for this connection to grow. And I think that there's so much opportunity for closeness to happen in new ways, and I think it's through this process of trial and error that you both have to discover where intimacy is healthy and where intimacy is unhealthy, and where sharing yourself is healthy and where sharing yourself is unnecessary. And I do think that both of you are being very patient with one another and not expecting perfection, but are expecting open communication and grace when things aren't handled as wisely as they could be. I definitely think both of you have such a good handle on this, but it may feel very uncomfortable and scary and weird and hard, and that's so valid. And you both are very cool human beings for being willing to navigate this new normal and do your best to honor the other and honor your integrity and do what is necessary to preserve what is truly important, and that is connecting with each other, being in relationship with each other in whatever way that it is most authentic for both of you. So I think we kind of know why this person is thinking about you. I mean, I imagine, yeah, I mean, the devil is popping out. Like, you're so connected to each other. I think that you are a big source of thought for them. So I'm not really going to go into why, because I think it's kind of clear. Why are they thinking about you? Because you're important to them, and you guys are navigating a new normal, and you really matter to them. And there's a lot of push and pull, and well, I wouldn't even say push and pull, but just a lot of like new tension that exists that's not coming from a place of tension between the two of you, but the tension of change and the tension of uncertainty and the tension of doing everything in your power to not go back to an old dynamic that you know won't lead to the goals that you both have set for what you want to experience in connection. But in case you skipped the intro, just as a reminder, we're not doing an extended. The extended is the video. But if you would like to support me and show appreciation anyway, just liking the video, commenting down below, letting the ads play in the background, all super helpful ways to support me and my channel. So thank you to everybody who does that. Thank you for being here. I'm really grateful. And all of these readings have been so cool and unique and beautiful. And I'm just grateful to share so much space with you. And honestly, I can only spend so much time in these energies because it's just so enjoyable to be around you guys and analyze your dynamics and experience the world through your energies. And I feel blessed to be a part of it. So thank you. But let's shuffle now, shall we? So this person that is thinking about pile 4, what are their thoughts about pile 4? What are they thinking about when it comes to them in pile 4? Yeah, 9 of Wands, that tracks. Yeah, we have the 5 of Pentacles, that also tracks. Okay, that's way too much. I'm gonna put that back in. What are they thinking? And I feel like they're thinking a lot too that's like, I feel like they're having a lot of intrusive thoughts right now that are like based in fears that they didn't have to face when you guys were so enmeshed. And now that they're not, now that you guys are you know, reestablishing healthier boundaries, it's like they're more so, they have to battle demons that they were protected from when they were so close to you. It was like they have to face things they avoided, and there's a lot of discomfort in that. And even though this person is so capable of handling it, I think that there's just a level of, it's like the enmeshment with each other allowed the both of you to not have to be intimate with yourselves. And I think there is awareness that in order for you guys to have true intimacy with each other, you have to have intimacy with yourselves. You have to have, there has to be some sort of space for just you and them that's not corrupted by the other, that's not influenced by the other, and breathing room. And I feel like you guys miss not having that breathing room. They certainly do. What else are they thinking? And I feel like there's just a lot of intrusive thoughts they're not trying to consider, because this person does have a lot of mental fortitude, and they have the ability to challenge those thoughts and not let them run away with them. But what else are they thinking about when it comes to pile 4, please, Spirit? We have the Queen of Swords. What else are they thinking about? Yeah, this all makes sense. The 5 of Wands. What else? Yeah, the 4 of Wands. And one more. Yeah, we have the 2 of Wands. And on the bottom of the deck, we have the King of Wands. So, and the Queen of Cups. So I definitely feel like what they're really thinking about a lot is just how hard this is. But if you are married to this person, or if you guys have talked about marriage, the changes that you guys are making, they are choosing to stick with them because they either see a future with you, like they want to be with you, you know, for a lifetime, for a really long time, or they want to return to the dynamic that existed when you first met that was beautiful. It just became polluted in ways where it was like you lost selfhood in the process. I definitely think that this change is hard for them, and it is taking everything to not completely undo everything you guys have agreed to do, because they miss that closeness. Like they miss, like, you know, there's something deeply comforting about the dynamic that you had, even though it wasn't healthy. It did at the very least give them security, and it gave them the ability to not have to face what within them was uncomfortable. And I think also too, like, it's I know that my depression has reared its ugly head when I'm not getting out of bed anymore. You know, my bed is my safe space. It is my favorite place in the world. You cannot part a person with a Pisces stellium with their bed. And your bed can be a beautiful refuge, the safest, most wonderful place. But if you spend all your time there, if you never leave it, that's not healthy. That can be something that, you know, turns into a comfort zone, or a form of isolation, or a form of just, you're not living, you know? And for me, like, I realized, oh, like a metric of when I'm not healthy, or like when I'm not in a healthy mental place, is when I don't get out of bed. Because if I'm only feeling safe in bed, if that's my only place where I feel comfort, if I don't have the energy, and it's kind of like a self, like it's a process that almost feeds itself. It's like, I don't want to get out of bed, and so then I just don't, and then as a result, I'm more overwhelmed by what I'm not doing, and then it leads to fatigue. And the reason why I'm talking about this is because I do feel like there could be this level of you guys almost neglecting yourselves in favor of the other, in favor of the relationship. And I feel like there's almost the codependent relationship that I have with my bed, you guys could have with each other. Not to diminish, but I do have a deep and intimate connection with my bed. I have the most comfortable mattress in the world. I love my bed. My bed is incredible. And the way I love my bed is the way that you guys love each other. And I think there's this knowing of like what better feeling is there than being snuggled up in your comfy ass bed all day? Nothing. And indulging in that sometimes is necessary and beautiful and wonderful, but doing it all the time can be super unhealthy and lead to an even worse situation than the one you were avoiding. You know what I'm saying? And so I kind of feel like that is what happened here, where it's like you guys were staying in bed way too long. Maybe literally, but I mean just in metaphorically speaking, in terms of how enmeshed you were with one another. But there was a level of comfort and warmth and security there that just feels so good. And I feel like, you know, your person is fighting every urge to not get back into bed with you. I mean, maybe literally in the sense that maybe physicality is something that you guys are doing to kind of maintain distance. But what I mean is getting back into bed in the sense of getting back into that type of connecting with each other that you know isn't what you need right now, that you know isn't good for you, that would feel so good, but it's not the right time. It's not time for rest. It's time for self. It's time for work, you know, or whatever it may be. The bed analogy is to just say that like the feeling of being just a warm, toasty cinnamon bun and just being in your bed and just feeling so cozy and warm and safe. That is the feeling that you guys have with each other at your best. And that is a level of intimacy that is truly special. And that is something you guys both cherish. But I think that intimacy was being corrupted by being in it all the time, you know? Once you're in bed all the time, it's not really a refuge anymore. It's kind of a hiding spot, or a place that gives you so much comfortability. You start to neglect yourself and forget that you need to get out of bed, that you need to move your body, that you need to work and experience and just literally have diverging experiences from that one soul experience, and have discomfort, have tension, have force applied to you in ways that, you know, maybe aren't always preferable, but make it so lovely to go back to that bed. And also keep you in a healthy state of balance, because being in bed all the time is not healthy, and never going to bed is not healthy. You know what I mean? And in your case with your connection, being constantly enmeshed is not healthy, and avoiding intimacy with each other is not healthy either. And I don't think you're avoiding intimacy, but you are navigating a new normal that is uncomfortable, and that I feel like your person especially is feeling like they have to be really strong right now, and is working really hard to not let their desire to completely override these changes get the best of them. They miss that. Like they miss that feeling so much. And I think that there is this level of, I need to accept that I can't be in bed all the time. It is a hard thing to accept. And there are times where I don't listen. You know, it's really funny, when the term bed rotting came out, I was like, oh, I guess they named clinical depression. I mean, bed rotting doesn't have to be a sign of depression. I mean, it is for me, but like, and there's no shame about that, baby. Like, mental health is something that we all move through, and in our state of mental health, you know, it's not something to be ashamed of. It's just a human experience. And even when life is good, sometimes we go into those mental states for reasons beyond our understanding. And sometimes I think even the habits that we have can make it worse. Like, you know, if you just start choosing not to get out of bed, right? And then it's like, it's just easier and easier to keep doing that. And then it gets worse and worse, and it builds upon itself. And I feel like there is this awareness in your person's energy that, like, both of you, maybe they definitely did. whether you did or didn't, I guess, is up to your conscious awareness, but I think they think that both of you had this awareness that there were signs that you should have maybe put on the brakes, that maybe you should have balanced things out a little bit, that things were going a little bit topsy-turvy and that we're heading in an unhealthy direction. But neither of you really wanted to get out of bed, and who could blame you? It's like, that's the worst part of, like, waking up is, in my opinion, just the worst thing. Like, getting out of bed, even harder. Like, it is truly a tragedy to get out of bed, right? But it's necessary and it's important, and life happens outside of bed. Important things happen outside of bed, and connection can happen outside of bed. And I know I'm using bed. I mean, it could be literal for some of you, like in certain cases, but bed is a metaphor for the safety and comfort that, you know, that your relationship has. And it's just hard to let go of that. And I feel like your person is feeling disconnected from you. They're missing you. They're missing just being in bed. More than anything, they just want to go back to bed. Like, this just reminds me of the feeling of being stuck in school and being absolutely freezing and recognizing that I have like 6 more hours of this stupid bullshit, and all I want to do is go home and go to bed because I had to wake up at fucking 6 a.m. and I was up until 4 a.m. because I wasn't designed to wake up at 6 a.m. like some inhuman robot. Okay, I'm really just I'm just putting my rants into it, but maybe I'm saying it because you guys relate. I just remember how fucking shitty that feeling was, and just knowing like, oh my god, I've got like so much more time here, and like this just sucks. I'm so physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually uncomfortable, and the one thing that I know could bring me comfort I do not have right now, and that sucks fucking ass. Like, that is where your person is, and like I feel like it's just so hard. Like, you guys are really being strong and having to be strong, and it's kind of the same thing of like, I have to go to school because I don't want my parents to get arrested. I don't want my parents to be mad at me for skipping and not going. And also I need to get an education. I value being educated or being conditioned by a system designed to crush my spirit. It's an essential part of the human experience at this point. And I feel like right now you guys are, I think both of you, but I feel like this person feels this, I wouldn't call it an urge, but a determination to not let the discomfort cause you both to fall back into this old pattern, because they don't want to be in an unhealthy place with you, and they don't want to do anything that would jeopardize the special connection between the two of you. And it's like the phrase that sometimes a step away is a step together, and it's not that you are even really stepping away from one another. It's just that you're creating more room for self energy and more room for your individual experiences, and to have a healthy level of detachment. And it's hard, but I think your person is also, the more they're sticking with it, they're seeing the value of it, and also recognizing that like there is awareness and things that they needed to see, and cold truths that they needed to recognize. I wonder if they were neglecting certain responsibilities, or neglecting themselves, or even neglecting things that they were passionate about because they were so swept up in your connection. And I feel like they're having this awareness of that it will get better and it will get easier, and that you will find this new normal and it won't be like this forever. But it is hard, and I feel like both of you are fighting the urge to revert back into old patterns, and they're just thinking about how hard it is, how hard this change is, and how much of a struggle it is, especially if you guys are dealing with challenges outside of the relationship, like financial challenges, or, you know, just personal growth challenges, or challenges at work, or challenges at home. It's like those challenges were so much easier when you guys had that level of comfort and had that safety zone. But I feel like it almost made certain problems worse. And I think that your person is recognizing that in order to have the harmony between the two of you that you both desire. This has to happen, and you have to work through the growing pains here and fight against the urge to regress. But you guys are doing great, honestly. And I think that one thing that is bringing this person a lot of comfort with this Two of Wands is they're envisioning your future together, and they're envisioning the things that they want to experience with you in the future, the ways in which you both can grow and advance. And I also think that that your person is reconnecting to dreams and desires and things that they want to explore that they forgot about, because their love for you, or the love that was shared between the two of you, was just so all-consuming that they lost sight of some things that were important to them. And I bet the same for you. And I feel like there is some optimism and excitement and just discovering more selfhood again and reconnecting to parts of self that have been left neglected. But there's this, like, there's just the challenge of dealing with those growing pains. And I feel both of you are being driven by the greater purpose of prioritizing the other. But it's coming at the great cost of comfort and an escape from that which is hard. And it might feel scary, or not might, it does feel scarier and challenging, and just shitty things feel worse without that comfort zone, right? And I feel like both of you are really fighting the urge, because I think also there's this tension and frustration with the discomfort of this experience. Like, you know, when you're sleep deprived and so it's harder for you to, you know, self-regulate, it kind of feels like that, where because this is such an uncomfortable process, both of you are like dealing with that individually. I do feel like there have been close calls where you guys could have gotten into conflict or really taken anger and frustration out on one another. That is not genuine anger and frustration out. It's anger at each other. It's anger and frustration at the circumstances and at the realities you both are having to face as a result of what you could have maybe potentially caught beforehand but chose not to, because it just felt so good to be where you were. And you need to give yourselves some grace for that. And also, I feel like you both are doing an excellent job of, when that urge comes up, recognizing, whoa, okay, I'm not mad at the other person. I'm mad at these circumstances. I'm mad that this is happening. I'm mad that I can't be in bed all day. And I feel it. I get it. And I really think, too, what's interesting is you both still have this, like, even though you are creating healthy detachment, a lot of what you're thinking and feeling is very similar. And so it's like I almost can't even say that this is just what this person is thinking, because I'm sure you're thinking a lot of the same things, and it's so super fucking valid. And I just have so much respect for the both of you for, you know, allowing your greater ideals to direct you, rather than like this is the makings of, like, this is something to be proud of. As hard as it is really something to be proud of. And it goes to show what is truly important to you. Like, you will choose the discomfort of change if it means honoring each other, respecting each other, and preserving a relationship that means so much to the both of you. I definitely think, though, that this is hard and they don't like it and it's uncomfortable. But I do think that they are consciously aware of the fact that it's already leading to positive change, whether it's more internal harmony or more harmony between the two of you, in the sense that there could have been, like, in the process of this enmeshment, there could have been a level of anger and frustration. It's literally like the feeling of when you've been in bed all day and you know you need to get out, and you're angry and frustrated that you just can't seem to get out of bed, and you want to, but you just can't. And then you just almost resent yourself for being stuck there, and knowing that you really could get out of bed if you wanted to, but for whatever reason you feel stuck. I feel like that experience was happening to you. Man, me coming to terms with the fact that the deepest, most intimate relationship I've ever had is with my bed. I've learned something today. But way cooler that it's with another person and not with an inanimate object. I love that for you guys. And I feel like there's just this, if there was conflict, I feel like part of it could have been coming from this resistance and frustration of knowing that it needed to change, but having no desire to really change it. And it's possible that, like we already explored, that something like a tower moment or something came through that expose this to you and kind of force you guys to make this change. And there might be a lot of anger and still a process of like acceptance in that. And then also just like the cold slap of reality, you know, like recognizing what you were neglecting. Okay, now you have to face, now you have to deal with. It's like, not only do you have to face the discomfort of leaving this comfort zone, but now you also have to face all the extra bullshit of what you were ignoring while you were in it. But it's a big deal that you guys got out of it. And I think your person is just processing all of that and allowing the greater vision of where they want to be with you, the type of relationship that they want to have with you, to be what guides them. And even if you're not in a relationship, even if that's just having a happy, harmonious connection in a way that works, and even if that's just finding your happiness elsewhere and connecting only when it feels authentic and right, like that is what they are willing to accept. I definitely think, though, that for the vast majority of you, I would not be shocked if you're in a relationship with this person, or if this is like your best friend or like a sibling that you care deeply about, that, you know, this is just someone you love. Like this is a soulmate. Like this is someone you love with your whole heart, like one of the loves of your life. And whether it's the great romantic love of your life, whether it's, you know, one of your platonic loves of your life, you know, I think there can be many loves of our life, but this is a very special love that the two of you share. And it's a love that is so powerful, it forces you to grow in ways that you would prefer not to, in order to have what you know is truly worth it. You guys are doing the hard things and you're doing the work. And they're just thinking about that and trying to stay strong, remain optimistic, envision the future and how it will help the both of you. And also, you know, for example, if you're married to this person, like they care more about being married to you than they do the discomfort of having like they don't want to have an unhealthy marriage. They don't want either of you to be unhappy. They want you guys to be together and happy in whatever way that is. And more than anything, they want you to be happy and they want to be happy. And if that means together or apart, they are willing to do whatever it takes to be balanced and healthy and do right by each other. And it's a hard thing to do. And I think that both of you are processing that. And I think they're knowing that you're having a hard time as well. And there might be this aspect where you're feeling a bit resentful towards them for being so firm, because it's possible that maybe you have tried to go back and have a moment of weakness and they've remained firm. And that might be something that they know is really frustrating, and you have no idea how hard it was for them to do that. But they do it because they love you and because they know like it's what is best. And they hope that you just understand. And I think they know that you will. That may not be the experience for all of you, but I do feel for some of you. So I do want to look at, like, I do want to get some guidance for this situation in terms of, you know, where can you maybe be more authentic in a healthy way that isn't codependent? So Spirit, what guidance do you have for pile 4 as they navigate this process? Where could they create more intimacy in a healthy way that they've been holding back from? The 7 of Pentacles. So I think, honestly, just being more open about the fact that this is a work in progress. Like, it's okay to talk about the discomfort of it. And I feel like actually one thing that may be helpful is reflecting on the memories that you've had and the ways in which you guys have built things, and just saying like, this sucks and it's uncomfortable. I am committed to upholding it the same way as you are. But also, like, maybe you guys need to set up time to have like a bitch session and just talk about how much it sucks and how much you just wish that you could go back. But then kind of have this rally with each other where you're like, okay, but this is why we're doing this. We're creating seeds for this to happen. We want to have this experience, and this is what we're doing. So, okay, what else can we do to make things a little bit more comfortable? I'm not gonna lie, I don't know if this is me just seeing things, but this does look like a weed plant. So, you know, if imbibing in a substance for a little while will help you both process things, obviously within reason, you know, don't do anything unhealthy. But if there's some sort of natural medicine or self-soothing mechanism that helps you move through this, then I would say give yourself permission to do that, obviously within reason. I'm not condoning, you know, just transferring that codependency to a substance or to another unhealthy coping mechanism. But, you know, if that unhealthy coping mechanism gets you through a challenging time enough to adapt and embrace this new normal so that you can be centered again and it's not something that's like permanent, desperate times call for desperate measures. Do what you need to do. Don't be too hard on yourself about that, you know? A lot of times when we're trying to make changes, we often just find a new form of coping. And if you need to cope for a time in a way that maybe you normally wouldn't, or in a way that isn't necessarily the healthiest, I don't think that you should berate yourself for that. I think, you know, you're already doing something really hard that for the sake of health, sometimes we gotta find balance and be a little bit unhealthy, you know? It's really about your relationship with it. And obviously I would never recommend this if you have like problems with addiction, or if that coping mechanism could lead to issues far worse than what you're dealing with now. Obviously don't do that. I'm not condoning that. But if you are able to have a healthy relationship with something, like for example, you know, if you give yourself the opportunity to just have more cookies and let yourself have cookies, you know, I can't keep Oreos in my house, but I'll treat myself to them, you know, and maybe I'll get some sometimes. And yeah, I will not be very disciplined in how I consume them. They won't last long in my home, but I can't buy them all the time. And that's okay. You know, buy them sometimes, get through that time, do what you need to do. You don't need to be a beacon of perfection, and you don't, like, change is a lot harder when you do so much of it at once. So if you need to revert into an old habit or lean on something that you normally wouldn't, give yourself that grace for the time being. You don't have to be this superhuman robot of abstinence. Okay. I feel like that's confirmation with this Page of Pentacles coming out in the weed leaf outfit. So I definitely think with this Page of Pentacles coming out, I feel like this is a positive sign that you guys are creating solid foundations. And that's the thing too, is we've had Pentacles come out and I didn't even ask anything with this. You guys are creating a new foundation and a new normal that will cement itself, and that will, once you get used to it, it's like, you know how it takes 21 days to build a habit. Once you guys accept and adjust, then it will be easier to make tweaks. And also the urge to revert back will dissipate, and the changes that you are making will hold firm. And the beautiful thing is you're both committed to upholding them. So if one of you wavers, if one of you wants to change, the other person is there to be like, hey, no, we can't do that. Or, hey, you know, look at how much better we're connecting. Look at how much better this is. Like, you guys are doing an excellent job. And the thing about the Page of the Pentacles too is it is a card about learning and about growth. And you guys are doing that in really healthy and sustainable ways. And so don't give up with it, and just be patient with that process. You know, if you do revert back, I feel like you guys will grow from it, and be gentle with yourselves. But also just know, like, you are already in the process of making your connection with each other healthier. And as a result, I feel like it's also leading to new ways of communicating. I also think it's giving you guys the freedom to explore and connect with people, and connect in relationships that maybe you neglected because you were so, you know, connected to each other. And I think that is leading to a lot of reconnection and restoration of balance and harmony in ways that will be less likely to be disrupted in the future, because you're making these powerful changes and they're solidifying themselves. So just know you're doing amazing, sweetie, and be patient with this process. Be gentle with yourself in this process. And you know, do what you need to do to get through it within reason, without just, I would never say do something that you know could, you know, make you spiral out of control or be in a situation worse than what you were already in. But, you know, if you need to have a little support system to move through this, then do it. You know? Sometimes we all need something to lean on. Sometimes that substance is wine, or a plant, or a cookie, or high fructose corn syrup. Anyway, I was gonna ask something and then I forgot about it because I was thinking about high fructose corn syrup and like kind of how fucked up it is that that's a whole thing that we don't need to get into. I'm not here to talk about corn subsidies, but maybe your person will. Maybe that's a form of distraction for them. They can look at corn subsidies. Okay, what I wanted to look at was, what I want to look at is how these changes, like what these changes are leading to between the two of you. So, you know, Spirit, what will these changes lead to for pile 4 and their person, this person thinking about them? Fuck yeah. I mean, hello, bitch. You guys can do this. Happiness, balance, fairness, righteousness, justice. Like, this is, it's leading to you honoring your intentions and your integrity with each other, and leading you back to the joy that exists between the two of you, so that you can truly embrace and cherish each other's presence without letting it go to an unhealthy place. And you're also creating a healthy level of detachment and awareness that you didn't have before, so that if it leads into an unhealthy place, neither of you are going to take that personally, but you both are going to have the awareness to be able to check it a lot sooner. You'll grow and learn from it and be fair to one another. I mean, if you are wanting to be married or, you know, have a powerful commitment with each other, you're doing that. You're doing that now, and it's leading to greater joy than you can ever imagine. And I feel like things will get lighter, things will get easier, and not only will you get back to where you want to be, but I feel like you'll discover aspects of connection with each other that you couldn't have explored and that you couldn't have discovered if you had stayed so enmeshed. I feel like actually this reconnection to self-energy and selfhood is leading to new awareness, new growth, new evolution, that is leading to new ways of connecting, new ways of exploring, new ways of growing together. And that will not only be a source of a lot of joy, but it will be far less likely that you will fall back into a habit of relating that will lead to darkness or frustration or misunderstanding or tension or imbalance. Like, you both are doing what is best for you. It's like, and it really is like kind of that greater truth, right? You know, staying in bed all day might make you happy in the long run, in the short term, but it's gonna make you miserable in the long run. And doing the hard things like honoring a routine or making time for movement or whatever the fuck, you know, whatever shit humans are supposed to do, it sucks in the meantime, but it feels good later, and it brings a lot more joy in the long term. So there's a rebalancing and a reprioritizing of doing the hard thing in order to have long-term joy, success, and longevity with each other, and a balance between the two of you, a fairness, and also just a level of healthy detachment that will allow you to be in an authentic connection with one another that remains healthy and that honors what the both of you want with each other. Both of you have a commitment to the agreements and the ideals that you stand for, and it's absolutely awesome to see, and you're upholding it. So don't give up. You know, it's okay if you slip up. It's okay if, you know, it's okay for it to be hard. It's okay for it to suck. It's okay. But the results and the rewards of it will be worth it, and it will bring you guys, it will unlock aspects of your relationship that you couldn't have discovered or learned about otherwise, that will bring you even more joy. And the beautiful thing is you will always have that intimate comfort zone to come to return to. you'll just have a better awareness of when it's time to exit it, so that you can be in your sovereignty and give each other room and space to grow and explore, and just have a healthy dynamic with one another. So we're going to go ahead and finish off this reading with some guidance for you. So to start, we have the crown chakra. So I definitely think where you get emotional support from the other person in an unhealthy way, where like you're dependent on it, I do feel like this crown chakra is giving you guidance around transferring some of that need to a spiritual level, and using it as an opportunity to develop your spirituality, and using, you know, your spiritual connection, or the decision to start exploring your spiritual connection as a way to connect to yourself, and as a way to get your needs met in new ways. I kind of want to read crown chakra just to see what's coming through. And it's interesting because 7 is an energy of the individual. So, and I also feel like too, there's such a powerful spiritual energy too, like where it's like you guys are not in this on your own. Like there's so many beings that are rooting for you on top of it, that are so happy for you. And, you know, like the key words being, I know. You guys know what is right and what is meant to, what is most helpful. The crown chakra is located at the top of the head and has been called the 1,000-petaled lotus, or the receiver of light. This chakra is the center of your link with the universe, the infinite, and your higher consciousness. It is the connection between wisdom and spiritual insight. The crown center is the area where ethereal light and energy are received and then dispersed throughout your aura for total well-being. To balance this chakra, I find that meditation, breathwork, yoga, spiritual healing, acupuncture, and color therapy work best. When properly aligned, your crown chakra will expand to a point where it's possible to access and tap into the deepest sources of wisdom. So all of these suggestions are great in terms of finding comfort and support in new ways. Yoga has been one of the single most impactful practices in my life. It has helped me. If you are someone that gets stuck in your head, you need to be doing yoga. Yoga with Adrienne, if you've never watched any of her videos, she's got yoga for everything. Yoga for depression, yoga for like everything. And it's free. That or any other source can be super helpful and help you get out of your head. Acupuncture, I don't like needles, and I love acupuncture. I could do that shit all day. Like, stick that shit in me, leave me in a dark room, I will vibe out. It's awesome. And not only that, breath work is so powerful. And color therapy, if you're wearing too much black, you need to start wearing some color, because you can almost get attached to a color that you wear. And let's be real, black is such a great color to wear. You know, it hides sweat, it looks good with everything, it always looks classy. But if you wear too much of it, it can be not great for you. If you find yourself ruminating, getting stuck in your head, and feeling anxious and like trapped and irritable, and you wear black all the time, put on some color. I promise you it's helpful. Thank the Lord for color therapy, because number one, if I hadn't explored it, I wouldn't have known that brown is actually one of my colors, and that it also is super grounding. So if you're a space cadet like me, try wearing brown and just earthy colors. If you want to feel love, or if you want to feel more love, like try to wear more pinks and greens. If you want to, you know, feel more connection to truth, wear blue. Like, you know, pay attention to how it feels to wear certain colors. And if you wear one predominantly, try to switch it up. We also have be bold and make the first move. I feel like this is definitely relating to opening up about the struggles in this process. I feel like both of you are trying to put on a brave face with each other, and both of you are trying to not put pressure on the other, and not have the other carry the weight of your own struggles. But I feel like both of you are just dying to just talk about how much this fucking sucks, and talk about like how, and that can be such a beautiful thing, because it can help that both of you return to a place of truth, and just get out the frustrations, and remember that you're not in this alone. Like, even though you might be going through this discomfort and have your own separate experiences, you're in it together, and you don't have to deny the reality of how much it sucks. In fact, that can bring you closer together and feel more connected and intimate. We also have peace. So I'm going to read this really quickly. I'm sure I've talked for a while, but you know what? This is a Thanksgiving feast, and I'm just praying to the sweet Lord above that all of my swear words are not going to get me in trouble. Freedom from attachment, radical acceptance. It doesn't get any better than this. A quiet mind, a heart fulfilled, freedom from want, and the soul's satisfaction. The way to peace is through radical acceptance. Everything in your world is exactly as it should be. Harmony is beautiful. Enjoy it. When two people are in true alignment with one another, they have an innate harmony between them. They are as two perfectly in-tuned instruments playing together. Sometimes it's impossible to tell who is who. Peace is yours, and it is to be savored. So that is the thing, is like, you guys are doing this to protect the peace that exists between the two of you, and also like the work that you're doing is just preserving the fact that you will have this comfort and support to lean on, and just be at peace with like the challenge of this, and just radically accept what you can't change in order for what you both are working towards to be real and to be true. Like, I definitely think the tension that you guys are experiencing will dissipate over time as you acclimate, get used to, and connect in healthier ways as you're already doing. And then also just are able to recognize where you can be more open and vulnerable and intimate, and just recognize where overcorrection has existed. Like, you guys need to be able to vent about how hard this is, and not feel like you have to hide that from each other. Like, it's not true strength to hide from the other about the challenge of this. Like, you guys are doing this because you want to be connected in a healthy way. And I don't think it's unhealthy to just hold space for each other and just talk about how hard this is, because that can be what gives you the momentum to keep going, and give you a greater sense of purpose and a greater sense of reason as to why it's important you're doing it in the first place, and be like the fuel that you need to keep it going. But you guys got 2 surrender cards. So we have surrender to creativity, let your imagination soar, be open to all creative ideas of how to pursue a dream or solve a problem. So yeah, get creative about how you can have more intimacy even in this challenge. Maybe that's writing letters to each other on the days that you don't get to see each other, or you know, finding new things to do together that do not enable like the worst parts, but also maybe using creativity as a source of inspiration, and also as a source of venting pent-up emotion, and using it as a way to heal and work through any challenges you might be facing. We also have surrender to play. Take a break from overthinking a goal. Do something fun. Play is a time of recreation and rejuvenation. So yeah, definitely be gentle with yourself and make time to have fun. You know, this already isn't fun, but whether you can have fun together or just find ways to, you still need to connect. Like, you still need to like have fun and be playful and be lighthearted. You know, it shouldn't be all work and all stress and discomfort all the time. And whether that's together with each other or separately, I definitely think that both of you need to give yourselves a little bit of wiggle room, to have some fun, and to just give yourself some grace and do what is enjoyable to offset the discomfort of these badass and beautiful changes that you're making. So that this really turned into less of a, this is so funny, that I knew that I couldn't do an extended with this reading. Like, I knew it subconsciously, but it really is through this reading, because it was just like, yeah, it's who is thinking about you, but the messages that came through, I am very honored and grateful to channel, and grateful to share space with you. And I just feel like what came through needed to come through. We don't do surface level shit on this channel. Where's the beef? It's in this video. It's right here. So I hope you're full, because pile 4, that is where I'm going to leave this reading. So thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background while you do something else. Thank you so much for supporting my channel. Thank you so much for liking, commenting, subscribing, checking out my candles, using code ASO10, or if you're watching when I first upload. There could be a Black Friday code up, so maybe check for that. You can check out my merch, my social media. You can check out other videos, especially ones with extendeds. But that's all I have for you guys. So thank you so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye!